Hello, chat. It's fucking cold today. It's fucking windy and I'm cold. And but today we will be doing Escape the Backrooms together with Mew and friends. So let's get that going. I don't know where to put this tab. But let me go over to the scene. Baby. Hello. Oh, is my face tracking not connected? It's not. Alright, I'm here. Oh my god, you're all so sexy. Oh my, I feel so silly. Because I'm in squisho form. I am in squisho form. Everyone's so sexy. Transform, flip horizontal. Oh, look at you all, so sexy. Look at you guys. Did it not change? Did it not change? Oh my goodness. Chems, thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chems. Thank you, Mr. Chems. I'm sorry you are so EP, but you know you are loved and appreciated. Why are Ghost and Sem so sexy? Because they're sexy people. Yeah. I'm being honest, I don't think BLT should be with that, so I'm gonna put him in the opposite corner. And I'll give him something to play with. There, you can have your iPad. And I can't flip it. Why can't I flip it? Flip horizontal. There you go. I'll put a video on for you, buddy. Yippee. Everybody sexy. Wink. Hello, friends of my wife. Chat got in their daily milk bean blind boxes, and now they've all gone back to life for a little bit. I freeze my ass off. Damn. This one. There you go. Dude. Ooh, you know the words to my brain hole. I could play it. How about this? I'll play it with you next week, and the week after we'll do the back rooms. The other back rooms. Oh my god, my fingies are cold. That didn't... Oh, that's okay. That's okay. I was thinking about it, but I have some workies, some creative ideas that my little tism brain has to get out. Oh my god. Thank you, Shums. Now Ghost doesn't have to be stuck in it ever again. Ever forever. That's what they're calling it now? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, I forgot my microphone. Audio, push to talk, off, input device. I keep thinking you're talking about a person, like a whole ass person. Yeah. Okay, I gotta hide the screens. Boop. Oh, boop. So fucking cold today. That's what I... Maybe allow... That's what I was presuming. Okie dokie.
Can't hear Shims. Okay, Shims is here. Okay.
Let me pause my
Hello.
music and let me deafen on Discord. Wham. I don't know where my Spotify is. Come on. It's right here. What the fuck? Alright. You're the second person I know that has a cat named Mia. Oh. I like it. Yeah, my roommate at his house, he has a cat named Mia and Merlin. They're very sweet. Aww. He's like, talk to me! Talk to me! This game's actually awfully quiet. Maybe I should put that music back on. We'll listen to Divorced Dad Rock. Divorced Dad Rock goes with... yeah, you just need a little ambient something. Have this game on your wish list. Oh my goodness. Oh. Mine's the same as mine's Moira. Because an old lady was like, yes, here, the name, it means something. And I was like, okay, old lady, well, I can't say no to you. It's not a bad name either. Chino, that's cute. What kind of dog was it? Okay, I want to look that up. I've had Shih Tzu my whole life, but I haven't heard of a Shih. What was it? Shih Tzu what? Yorkie. Oh my god, that would be. Was he a little yapper? Was he a little yapper? Oh, it's such a cute mix. Oh. Man, I want more pets. Someday. I know, it sounded just like this. Yeah. That's why when it doubled, I was like, you know, I'm not that mad about it. Oh, I wish I had rabbits. You know, I'm really afraid that they upped the audio quality in this game, because that means they might have some spookiness. Oh shit, how do you do that? Oh. What hat do I have on this model? Do I have my Goofy Goober hat? I do. Fuck yeah. E? R? R? How do you pull out the camera? Never mind, the game answered it for me. I have to take my exam. Wish me luck. Good luck, Vex. Good luck on your exam. Can you guys say good luck? Yeah, good luck, Vex. You won't. Fail upwards, my dear. Fail upwards. What's that? Record during a backup. Record during an alarm. Record a smiler on the pitfall. Find a VHS tape. I'll record the smilers at the pitfalls. Can I edit the controls? Camera. What do you mean that doesn't work? Fuck. Okay. Hello. I was gonna record the smilers at the pits. This is the pits, right? Yeah. Last time he somehow ran across the pitfalls. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, ooh. Okay, I'll go with you. Well, we can all go together. Oh, my audio's not working. What? Okay. Game. There we go.
A horrible plan. Oh, there's this thing. Rocky, stop it. Oh, it's Adrian this time. I'm yelling at the wrong bird. There's Elaine. Hi, Elaine.
Hello.
Guys, back this way, wife. Back this way.
Where are we going?
Huh? It says the end is near.
Near?
Run! Hurry, please hurry, please hurry.
I'm getting stuck, I'm getting stuck. Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
It's okay, I got you. Prometheus sounds like a scholar because he was a scholarly man.
Where is he? I'm trying to record him for my YouTube video.
Oh, that's right, YouTube.
Where did Ghost go?
I have no idea.
Turn down the music just a little bit more. Are you okay?
I'm just making sure all of my stuff looks good, okay? I got my controller out, so I was like, I wonder if I can play with the controller.
Probably can. Still here somewhere.
He's over by me. If you want to go that way, you probably can. Oh, he's coming back.
I got him on camera, 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 I got him on camera. No! Run!
Over here, over here, over here.
Run. Ooh, this is not the crouch button. Say hi to YouTube, bitch! Okay. I got him. I got his butt. Oh my god. That's what you sound like, you motherfucker.
Oh, cool.
Oh. Record during a blackout, record during an alarm, record on VHS. God damn, who be finding all the VHS tapes?
There we go.
Oh, wait, I'm gonna go to the pitfalls. No, I'm not, 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 no, I'm not. I'm a liar. I'm a dirty liar. Oh my god, I'm a liar. Oh my god, he's right there. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're just
Jesus.
keeping him distracted, that's all.
Yeah. Gee, bus. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you're lucky I found a bandage earlier.
Yeah, right here.
Well, stop moving.
I'm sorry.
Stop wiggling.
I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, but okay, heart. Bus. I don't know, my sanity's meh, but that's okay.
The soup is delicious.
What kind of soup is it? You said chicken noodle soup?
Mm-hmm. Mom made homemade chicken noodle.
Somewhere over here, near us, so don't get near us. Or do, I mean, I'm not your mom.
I'll be your mommy.
Oh, my. Alright, you eat that soup. I'm gonna go look around a little bit.
Okay, be careful. I don't got any no more bandages.
Okay, I will. Oh.
Oh yeah, we need to record your...
Yep, I just did. Oh, no! Why? Oh, you stupid son of a bitch! Oh, I just need almond. Wait, am I down? I'm not down. Am I down?
Yeah, you're down.
Oh, man.
No, I don't have any bandages, son.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay, wow.
Keep you warm.
Rude ass motherfucker. At least we recorded during an alarm. And we almost have all the VHS tapes.
Yeah. No, we have all the... They found them.
Oh, they did? They just find... Oh, damn. Okay, now we just need the smilers at the pitfalls.
Yep.
Can I'm gonna go wiggle around. I don't think it's... Oh, it's not... Wait, let me go. Let me go wiggle. I wish you could crawl. I want to crawl. Let me crawl. Let me crawl.
Yeah,
I'm stuck.
instead of just wiggle.
I think I'm just stuck. I'm stuck. I'm a
Watching
worm
this
in the
is really
walls
funny.
now. SCP wall worm. Wall worm.
The way your body is just flopping.
Oh! I died.
Oh, did you die?
Yeah,
Die?
I'm dead.
Oh, she died. Elaine died!
I got tickled a little too much by the guy on the first floor because I wanted to run around, but clearly he did not want to let me. That's okay though. Hi, Fury! Welcome on in. How are you doing? I'm currently playing Escape. Backroom Escape together with my friends. I have died. The merciless boopening of the siren head man. What's Shem's doing? What's Shem's up to? I haven't seen Shem's all game. I'm doing good. I played a little bit of this game too. Oh, did you like it? It's fun. I'm glad you liked it. Shems is just booking it. Just updated to Windows 11. The curse is already beginning. I don't think Windows 11 is too bad personally. I know Wolfheart can't hear me right now, but I'm not too bad. I'm not too angry at Windows 11. I just opt out of all the security things.
What the heck was that?
But yeah. My hands are so cold. Chat, though, you want to hold hands? My hands are killed. My hands are killed. Ooh, it's a blackout. It's a blackout. Oh.
Shit.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, Shems. Oh my god, Shems. Holy shit, Shems. That sounded so close.
Nice.
What's Ghost doing? Okay. My hands are cold too. I got some Italian ice to snack on after my as my after. Ooh, delicious. Let me just stay in. Let me just.
Yeah,
stay
we're in
the
proximity
corner.
chat right now.
I wish I was alive, but then I'd run around and get killed again. I don't know how the first time, because the last time we played this was the first time I played this, and it went very smoothly for me and Miyu. I bit my tongue, and it hurts. Well, Shims is walking around again. If you can make it back to the pitfalls, he'll find me.
Fuck.
I wish I could free spectate. I don't think you can though. Ooh, Ghost found a chair to plant their little tuchus on. How nice. Is Ghost following the tape? Uh-oh. It's dark. Shems is hiding. Ghost is still walking around. Let me get the smilers. Because it's a blackout. I think the smilers only come out of the blackout, right? Oh. Nope, Mew got it. They can get out now.
Guys. Yep.
They did it.
I'm over here now.
Mew got the smiler
I
on
know,
the
I'm right next to the
corridor.
elevator. I'm in it.
Shems just... I don't know if they have to wait for
Hi.
Shems. Do they have to wait for Shems?
We were just right, like, you must have just went in as I went around the corner.
Where's Elaine?
She died.
I have bandages. No.
I had, so she died. I bandaged her and then she died again.
I've got 4 bandages, 3 granolas.
Oh, good lord.
2 granolas and 3 almond waters.
God damn.
Cool. Can I carry one of your almond waters?
Shems is running. If he can make it back to the pitfalls, he'll be okay.
I'm all for it.
Okay. Did it
No,
work?
because look, it says 2-3.
Oh, that means he's still alive, though.
Hello?
Hey,
I
look,
just don't
he's
know
over
where.
there. Shabs! He's...
He find his way across.
Hello?
I believe in you, Shems.
We're gonna attract big wingus in a minute.
I wonder if he heard those.
For like a dog. Well, that's the only way we could.
Uh-oh.
Fuck.
I can't tell how far away he is. I think I kind of can. I think if he goes to his left and then straight, he'll be okay. Are they safe in the elevator? Yes. I think so. I think. I don't actually,
Elevators are
probably
safe
not.
in the back room, so I'm not worried about it.
Okay, Ghost
Oh,
says it's
okay.
safe, so. Yeah, I guess so. I wouldn't be surprised if there's a chance, though, that you can get fucked. I think he just gotta go to his left. Nope, he went to his right. Oh, boy.
Hello?
Yep, there. There he goes. There he goes. I was wrong. Don't, you silly Billy. Oh my god, that's so stressful. Oh my god, Shems.
God.
Oh my god.
he's got
The
Oh,
pitfalls
oh my
aren't that
god.
bad. Y'all just have skill issues.
Yeah, pitfalls aren't that
Wait, can
bad.
we
He
leave
said.
I don't think it works if we all press it, guys. Guys. Okay. Alright, fuck
The
these
roast,
rages.
I know. Like, fuck off shit.
The rust, I know.
The day
I
I let a
got,
furry
like-
tell me
I
I got
got, like,
skill
10.
issues is the day it's cold in hell.
I got like 10 of those VHS tapes. What are y'all doing? I
got one.
We got fucking immediately trapped by Mr. Big Guy.
Yeah,
I was
me and
getting
Elaine were
diddled by Mr.
trapped
Big Guy.
nonstop, like consistently, and that's why Elaine is dead.
The one time we came over to me is the time I was about to leave. Well, this game's really loud, guys.
Yes, I've never let a
Oh
question
my
your skills
god,
exactly,
we
Katie.
all survived.
When do I get a comeback?
I don't think Elaine gets back until after this one's done.
God
Nope,
damn it.
let's just dip.
We're coming, wife.
Elaine.
I can't believe Shems are out there getting the taste for what you do.
Good,
I
I'm
was
glad you're
busy
being
out there
thankful for me.
defending. I was out there defending. The elevator maintenance is probably outdated. Oh, probably.
Mattress.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm fucking... Look, Katie, it's a place for you to lay.
What does that mean? What does this
I have
mean?
no idea. I fucking can't see the ground.
I'm presuming you just follow the tape. I don't know why, but I kind of wish they made the alarm sound like the alarm sound more scary.
Oh, what's that?
Hello, Shems, you talking
Hi.
shit, man? You know what I was doing that whole time? I was getting distracting the monster for you, so you get all those tapes. So you're welcome.
Yeah.
And we got a bunch of the quest stuff done. You know, filming at certain points.
Oh
this one-
god
chicken
damn
time.
it!
It's chicken time, baby.
Does it like keep your back against the wall? Yeah. I think that's a strat. I forgot. Keep eye contact. Oh my god, this sucks. Oh. Okay, I got one. How many do we need? 8. Okay, I got this. Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, I pissed my pants. I pissed my soul. Oh, I'm gonna die. Wait, can I still do? I can still do the task even though I'm so brave going on your own. Not really. I'm kind of stupid. But I can still do the task. I can still get the task done. I can still get the task done even though I'm down and will probably die. Guys! Help! 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 You have walkie-talkies? Help! Help! I've been touched by the chicken man! I've done a stupid thing, please. Oh, I died. But I got 2. I got 2
Oh, there's
of
another
them.
room right here.
Oh, sweet.
I think I also died last time in this one.
Open door.
Gotta get in.
Open.
See, I
Thank
think
you.
this just proves I'm not gonna survive these kind of situations.
Open not open.
See, look, they already have like 5 out of
I think this
8,
is
you
just the
know?
room
I
we're
helped
in.
with 2 of them.
No, it's not.
So if we, that's a 1/4. I at least
Jeff
did
has
my
insanity.
job. You know, I helped to the capacity that they needed, which was doing my 2. I
Oh, why aren't you over
unfortunately,
there?
I
I'm gonna run in
unfortunately
that direction then.
didn't go above and beyond.
This way.
Oh, I should tell them I'm dead.
could never be real backrooms employee. I'd drink one almond water and have to go lay down.
Oh, you pulled your weight. I did pull my weight. I pulled my weight. And that's the important part. We failed, but we failed upwards. We failed and we failed upwards. That's the important part. They just need to get the rest of the generators, which there's only 3 left. So that's the important part, you know? See, look, that's gonna be the 6, and then they only need 2 more. They don't have to stay here for long. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Found another room though. I forget that you're supposed to hide in these rooms.
She says she died.
Teehee. Teehee. But they only need 2 more Jennies, so they'll be fine. Let me see. Is Shem's working on one right now? No. Okay, no one's working on one right now. Shem's moves around so, like, quickly. Gives me a little bit of whip. Is motion blur on in this game? Turn up the heater. I have a heater in my office, but it's kind of covered by my pluffle, so I don't want to turn it on. I'm also getting, like, fresh air from... Motion blur on. That's why I'm feeling a bit weird. Back.
I think there's another generator over there.
Okay. I want the fresh air though, because I've had my windows closed for like they were kind of blocked by the AC, so I want them open. Now if I turn the heater on, I have to move my pluffle. Oh my god.
I think it's a door. If you do this, you can like use the wall. You can kind of.
What's Miu doing? Another door. Oh, they got 7. They have 7. Miu did another one while we weren't looking. So they just need to do 1 more and then they can leave. They have to wait for the lights to turn back on. See, I think the thing is, right? I think I would, if the back rooms were real, right? And I were to be recruited to work in the back rooms, I would do my job with a smile, you know, do the best that I could, which is a little bit above average. And then I'd probably die, you know? And I think...
I really would like to find bandages, too.
That's good. That's a damn good job. Considering the people that are probably in the back rooms that just die immediately.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty good.
Person chicken. Like, literally a chicken person.
You're at the same time that you are, so once you're done, watch my back, because I'm sure you're gonna start first.
End?
1 generator.
Get me out on the chickens.
Get me out on them chickens.
Oh.
Did Shems just die? What the fuck happened to Shems?
They're just a little shy.
I mean, if they're all hoarding around them, apparently, and apparently skinless. Yes, a little bit.
Like,
I'll bet.
For real.
A little bit. They just need one more Jenny.
I need to drink one of these.
One more Jenny. Jenny. Oh, that's what I think of when I think of the word Jenny. Because when people, if you don't know, if you don't play Dead by Daylight, people call doing generators Jennies. But whenever someone says Jenny, I think of Jenny from Forrest Gump. How he says Jenny. Jenny. Oh, I think wife is near where I was.
I might have found my way back.
So I did that. I think, yeah, I was along the wall. So she finds another one along the wall.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they did it. So we gotta find an exit now.
Oh, they did it.
Hello, hello. Hi, Indy. Welcome in, darling.
That is the correct Jenny. This is, I agree.
Welcome home.
I agree.
Oh, chicken man!
Hey! Over here! Where's the lane?
Hi.
Where's the lane?
Can I go home?
She died.
No.
What?
Yeah.
Hi!
I don't know, but she did so well.
I did my job. I failed.
Wow.
Upwards.
Can we kill Shems? Can we kick him? Hey, Angie, you want to come join us instead?
I don't want to be against having a fifth man.
Players, what?
Yeah, you gotta
So
wait,
guys,
you bitch.
welcome to my TED Talk. This is about
Come here, little ghost.
the best part.
Hey guys, I did 2 Jennies.
Oh,
I did 2
You
Jennies.
did so great! You did great!
Oh god. Okay. Shems, I can't. Can I have one, man?
Poor sheep, Sonia.
Oh, you want here? I can give you a fuse.
Yes, please.
Here. There's one.
Thank you.
Lots of fuse over here.
Hold on, let's stick with my lady.
Oh, there was nothing in it. I got juked.
Oh, I have nothing in it.
Oh, there's wire and tape right here.
I'll take those. I have an empty backpack.
Hey, we found the room.
Ooh.
I think Shems might have found the bad guy.
Did he yell?
I heard him go shit, and then I heard like a monster yell.
We need another tape. And then
Is
this
he
room
dead?
will be good.
I don't know if he did or not. Well, he might. I don't know if we have bandages. Can we have bandages?
I have bandages. I've got 4 of them.
Hi, Betsy.
Wingus.
The finger monster.
Hear me out.
No, stop. Yeah, I heard you say the chicken man's a hear me out too. Yeah, I can't.
Okay,
Okay,
Okay, so to the left is a door we can
Probably
close with a
Shems.
fuse. And that's, I think,
Okay.
where Shems was.
I can risk it for the biscuit. I really don't have anything on me. Okay, he's not here. Oh no, please!
Oh, no!
Did he get you?
He got us
Yeah, he got me.
all.
Yeah, he got me, you, and I. But he's like camping us.
Yeah, he's camping
You
right
fucking
there.
Ass butt.
Fuck you, douchebag. Yeah, fucking walk away, you fat ass.
Asshole! I found some
He's
bolt
at the end of the
clippers, too.
hallway, but he's like still there. Oh,
Oh,
is that Ghost or Shems?
I don't know.
That's Shems. Shems is alive!
Holy
Fuck,
shit,
here's a
Shems!
rescue mission.
Oh, we didn't know. We thought
Oh,
we were
he's going down the
dead.
stairs.
All right, help us, ghost, please. I have bolt cutters.
Oh, bunch cutters are huge. Hold on.
Body shaming the monster. Fuck yeah, I'm body shaming the monster. Fuck that guy.
Alright, come through under red.
Thank
We're
you.
trapped in here now.
I'll be trapped anywhere with you.
I love the way you flop around. Oh my god, that was really funny. Where did Shems go?
He went back downstairs.
Did he lead it away?
I don't know.
Oh, we're safe in here. Hell yeah.
Whoa! Jesus Christ! He's the fucking Shem scared the shit out of me. I jumped and got. Oh no! Oh!
Hurry, hurry, hurry.
Guys, we have to pick him up. I have bandages. You guys have bandages? Guys, you have bandages? Ghost got downed.
I don't have anything. I have
got
a almond
bandages.
water. Go,
Shems,
Shems,
Go,
go!
Shems, go. They're on the left. I closed the door, but you could get them. You can hear them. Holy shit, Shems scared the shit out of me. I actually jumped in game. Felt so stupid. Oh, we did it. Okay, we just gotta wait for him then.
Yeah,
What do the bolt cutters do?
There's big, tall, like, cabinets that have, like, the chains on them. You can cut them open. You get really good stuff sometimes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hold on. I got told I got a pet photo waiting for me in Creators.
Ooh, hello, Daedalus. I'm gonna go make sure they're.
Fuck, you did take it. God.
Aww, look at Mookie.
Did you get Ghost?
No.
I don't like this place no more.
Why would you lie to me? I was very confused. Thank you for the check-in. Train runs under 50 minutes. My ass is about to be ready to have a panic attack because it's not showing. Okay, it's here. I just need to complain. I'm still going to be late as fuck, though. It's okay. Sometimes we be late as fuck.
Oh, he's right there. Hi, Dexter.
Let's go this way. Oh, wait, never mind.
I'm bolting. I'm scared.
Oh, he's coming. I hear him.
Let me in.
Oh, here it is.
Okay, whoop. Okay, what do you need? You need this, and then I have no tape. But I have bolt cutters.
I have tape. I have a tape.
Okay, cool. I have 3 fuses.
That means we need 3 more tapes.
Okay. He's to the left. Whew.
It's snowing where Deadliest is.
Yeah. Are you near? Daedalus, are you in the Canada? I have a friend who's in Saskatchewan, and it's been snowing apparently for him.
I just heard fucking fat feet run past. Oh, hey, Ashley.
Okay, I'm gonna go look
I
around.
need some WD-40 and some duct tape to fix almost anything. Come with you.
Okay, I'm a D-Canadian. Hello, Fox. Hello, Fox. I found granola bar. I have some extra fuses, some tape.
Yep.
Oh, bolt cutters, nice.
Alright. We just need tape, come on.
I got tape.
Oh shit.
Oh shit, he's right there!
Pog, not pog! Oh, you son of a bitch! Ah, you almost closed the door on me! Why do you do these things, Shems? It hasn't hit the cities in my province yet, but the foothills have gotten so understandable. Oh, so hello,
need 2 more
Fox.
tape then?
Lovely to see you, hey?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
So I say we
Good.
stand here and let him do all the work.
Yeah, he closed the door on
I
me.
agree.
I'll stay right here.
Yeah, like usual. Fuck you.
Ugh. Wow, what a sassy bitch. He says that, but he still runs away. My goodness, supposed to be 8 to 10 inches tonight.
I need help.
I know who else is gonna 8 to 10 inches tonight, if you know what I'm saying. I'm sorry, that was so...
Are you dead, need help, or what's up?
Yeah, I'm down.
Every group of friends has that
Right
one
party.
person conditioned to close the door behind them, yep. It's like me for
Where is
me.
he at? Is he near you?
No, he's
Whoa, what? Oh! Uh-oh. Oh, no!
What happened?
Oh, her sanity must have come down.
Oh,
Oh,
look at my sanity.
I'm gonna take her grandma.
I'm gonna take your bolt cutters. He is right there.
Dead. No. Run pixels here on the strap. Yeah. I thought I'd find some. I thought I'd find looted. I'm glad. I was afraid that like my dead body would like lose all of its
You're gonna
stuff.
be the death of me. I swear to
That all my stuff was gonna be
God.
gone.
Everybody's camping.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Shams.
Limbs. Oh, there he is.
How you doing, man?
We literally,
I
we were
can't
like
help you.
stuck.
Good job, bud. Good job, buddy. You did your
you
best.
dead?
Thanks for the fun.
I think died.
I think he
think
died
so.
too.
I think he did die.
I also
Possibly.
think that thing is right around the fucking corner. Stay! Stay!
I forgot to look at my sanity and I keeled over right behind Miu.
Oh shit. Oh my god, dude,
He's
leave
just
me
camping.
alone. He's right around that left corner.
Why are they
Are
camping
there
so hard?
any-
I wish they would
There's
roam a
gotta
bit
be
more.
Door, maybe if we run
Yeah.
and then like close the door, at least we'll stop them for a sec while we go get extra stuff.
Well, no, they both have bolt cutters, so hopefully
Cause
they
I
can
got
get
bolt
good
cutters
stuff.
and a bunch of fuses on me as well.
Hopefully my Guanoa bar. I also
The
dropped a
door's up here.
Guanoa.
But I don't see him anymore, so I'm good. Let's go right.
Okay.
There's a door down there. Oh. Dude, he had all the fuses ever.
You did hoard those fuses.
I like just found all
My
of those.
sanity is
Okay.
perfect.
Yeah, okay, bud. Yeah, okay,
just
bud.
found- Ghost was the one that was taking a lot of them. Okay. Yeah.
I saw you take 2 from under my nose, and you didn't even give me 1. I need a nap, but good luck escaping the back rooms with your courage, the cowardly dog team. Thank you.
Oh, there's another
Oh,
one.
I got another
Okay.
cape.
I need that almond water
Oh, I'm
so
in water.
bad.
I'm in water.
Agua.
I need
Agua.
drones.
How do you say almond water in Spanish?
Oh,
I don't know. It's something
okay, it's
agua.
saved.
Water in
Agua something.
Spanish. Agua something, yeah. Oh, that was not as fun. It's agua de almendres. That's not as fun as I was hoping. How do you say nut in Spanish?
Nut.
Tuerca? No, nuez. Nuez agua, not water.
Oh, I gotta go. Go.
Oh my god.
Hurry.
I ran out of sprint.
They got this.
I got a
Too
sprint.
bad we have to wait till they finish this level to respawn though, yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. I wish they didn't like I don't know.
On our load song, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
I'm glad
12,
they updated the
13,
voice
14,
chat though,
15
because
fuses.
before when you
think that's
died,
enough?
from what I remember, when you died,
Oh,
there
I got
was
you.
no like
Okay,
Hey,
I got
you're
3
fun, don't
wires.
like death
I got 3 bandages.
screen.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Voice chat,
6
so you're just
fuses
sitting
and bolt
alone.
cutters.
Yeah, I think
Just
yeah.
bolt cutters, a bundle of wires,
Yeah, because we would end up talking in the Discord
Okay.
when we died.
Yeah.
They got this though. They're like stacked. They're stacked because of us. They'll be okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's not what I want to do. Hold on.
Oh, there's a thing that can. Okay.
Almond water. I'm gonna drop these.
Yep.
What did I grab? Oh no. That was a liquid pain. Oh, there's stairs over here.
Oh, unless he's over there.
Oh, there's another one behind us! Go! Fuck! Oh my god, it's right behind me. I'm gonna die. This is the end. Oh my god.
Oof.
Sonny, there's a leaking thing! Close it!
Uh-oh.
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Hey guys. Hey guys.
I hate
Oh, this
this
one
place.
needs 2. Oh, so 2 tapes.
Wires in that section that hang down from the roof or from the ceiling.
Bolt cutters. I want to find the end room.
What the fuck?
lot of fuses. Oh, there was nothing. That one needs 3. I don't want to do that one. Okay, I found the room. We need... I think we just need 2 wires. We just need 2 wires for this one.
Oh, and I got 1.
I have 2 tapes.
And I got a tape. There we go.
Alright, I will watch my sanity this time. This one's a single. Ooh, I got one. Okay. I think I got it.
No, yeah, okay, yeah, she said she got it. Okay, okay.
Yeah, see, we good.
Yay!
Use. Okay, cool. So eating food and drink helps your stamina?
Certain drinks. Coffee and sodas do not help. Almond water helps. Orange juice helps.
Okay, okay, got it.
Pain does not help.
That doesn't sound like it would help.
I got both cutters now.
There's a thing right here for bolt cutters. 2 fuses. Hi, Taylor.
I'm gonna stick a wife.
I try to find the last room first.
That's usually what I try to do as well.
Up. Take. Woo! Hi, Taylor. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the vibe check, my love. Okay. We need 1, 2, 3 and 3 for both. Oh.
Okay. So now we just need 2 tapes.
Wait, I have an extra tape.
Okay.
Yeah, one and 1 then.
Oh, I hear him. Hey guys, over here.
1 tape, 1 wire.
I've got tape.
I got hella tape.
I got 1 tape.
Oh, no wire? Okay.
Oh, we don't got no wire. No. Okay.
Well, maybe we can find some on this floor.
On the dance floor.
I ain't got no. I found it! Found it! Let's go!
We're speedrunning.
I ain't got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. Oh shit. Do you have? Do you have?
I don't.
I do.
Sunny, do you? Okay, drop it.
Might be under me.
Drop it. Oh no, it's in front of your face.
Okay, yeah.
It was.
Where is it? I can't pick it up. Oh god, he's coming. It's behind her leg. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh my god, he was right behind you. He can hear you when you walk, but not when you crouch, I believe. It's by her leg, by her right leg in front of her.
Go, run.
Woo!
Oh, he's like, I'll get you next.
Alright, he left.
Okay,
All right, I got you. I got you. No, don't move.
He's coming. Oh.
Oh! Holy shit! Holy shit! I held my breath that entire time. I'm like, no, this gotta work. It's gotta work. It's gotta work.
Anybody got the extra almond water?
I do.
I do.
Okay, you can take that one.
Okay.
Oh, I have mine. Okay.
Alright,
Oh, thank you for the 15 Wall Street Taylor. Much appreciated. Fuck. I'm out of stamina. Fuck. Oh. Okay. Just gotta keep going, chat. We gotta keep going. We gotta barrel through. Okay, found the room. Woo. Okay. Oh, we need so many fucking fuses. Hey, hey, hey.
I juked him. I juked him.
Good job. There's like 5 of them on this fucking floor.
I
can give it-
contributed 1 fuse.
I can do 2. I want to keep 1 on me. Holy shit. Okay. Alright. Okay. Hey.
We need 1 more fuse. We just need a fuse.
Oh. Okay, then we
okay, never
need...
mind. And we also need
One wire,
a
2...
wire
Oh.
and 2 tape. Oh shit.
Oh.
Where's Ghost?
Where is
Oh. Oh, Ghost might be dead.
We'll wait a second to see for Ghost.
Yeah. Because I did see 2 of them on top of her. Or on top of them before I came here, so...
Yeah, but she might message us to let us know she died.
Yeah, or they could be alive.
Exactly. Does that trap them permanently?
I think I
until
might
we
have
open the
just
gates?
briefly heard Ghost.
Ghost, come in. We're ready to go. Well, let's go. Come on.
Fuck off!
Oh my god!
All right, let's go.
I hate this level so bad.
Oh, we did it though.
We'll die and then we come back and we just speed run it.
Yeah, I know. We did it so well.
Gems, jump!
But no, like there's the multiple
what
ways
do you mean by
around,
that?
so and the AI knows how to get around, so even if you lock the gate, if it's not like a one literally closed off section, they will run around to the next part of the gate.
Okay.
Oh, fuck, it's this one.
Daddy.
Oh, hell yeah. Everybody
Oh,
take
not
your
this
clothes
one.
off.
How do we get the dogs to go away again?
Anybody got bolt cutters?
No.
How do you get what to go away?
The dog. Oh, wait, no. This is not the. This is a long hallway one, isn't it? There's one with the
This
dogs.
is the blind entity one. This is the one where the guy's blind, so you can't talk when he's around.
Isn't there a dog one?
Maybe?
I want to go see Daddy.
What?
Tell him I said. Tell Dad I said hi.
Yeah, this one has like a really big villain.
Oh yeah, and there's like multiple. Okay. I thought there were dogs in this game. No, that's the other one then.
Yeah, that's the other one that we did, just escape the vacuums.
Oh, okay.
I would.
Yeah, you know, fair. You can have them. I'd pay to see that. Anything in here? Oh, there's a thing you can cut with bolt cutters over here. Ooh. Nice. Okay, open the hat, avoid the line entity. Okay. What is this? Should we tell Mew that her cat? Oh, yes. Mew, your category says art still.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I'll protect you. I'll stay right here.
Thanks, furry. Or furry bait, whatever you guys are.
Thanks, Fury. Yeah, thank you. All right, I'm gonna go look in the next room, okay? I necessarily want to run. Sweep of the room. What's this? Orange juice. And a bandage. Nice. I think that's everything in here. Thanks for being. Yep.
Wife,
What's up?
if you see like a thing that just says metal can,
Yeah.
don't eat it.
Oh, okay.
It will like jump your sanity up and then like tank it like really, really fast.
Okay. There's a valve. Do 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 do. God damn. Okay, we got one. We got two. We just need one more. Anything good in there? Alright, we just gotta get one more and then we're outie.
Can you imagine eating your rice cake from a rusty locker?
It's got a little seasoning on it.
Yeah, just a little seasoning. I go see Daddy.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, flying through the sky, little Einsteins. Oh, goodness.
I want to spend.
I'll go into G. Let's go chat. We be fast. Coffee. I feel like isn't it at the end? Or did I run all the way to the end for no reason? Oh, I think I might have ran to the end for no reason. That's a metal can. That's a metal can. Ooh, rice cake. Went too far. Whoop. I think I went too far. There's things in here. Bandages. Hey.
Did you get it?
Is it supposed to be at the end?
Yeah, I think so.
What?
He's down that way.
Okay. Yeah, it's not in here and it's not in the last room either.
it's me. Fuck off.
Hey.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Shims, I think that guy had a crush on you.
I think so.
He went straight for you and then stayed around a little bit afterwards too, you know?
Yeah.
Hey. Nice.
Woo!
I could really use good soup.
I have some orange juice. You want orange juice?
I just got a rice cake actually. I'm gonna use that first.
Nice. Whew. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, where are we going? Oh.
This way.
Woo!
Elevator.
We did it. And no one died.
I miss Daddy already.
Isn't the next one the
I'm
offense?
sorry.
I think so.
That's where we had to find the sticky notes, right? Or it could be the new one.
Computers. Computers, yeah. There's a sticky note for this.
But they added a new level, didn't they?
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
did. It might be after
Oh,
party.
this changed.
Did it?
Whoa, what's that?
Look.
What is this?
Find the electric.
How are
Oh,
you
this
feeling?
is the new level. Find it. Oh.
Option.
Opinion
Wait.
collected.
Oh.
I'm feeling so
Okay.
good right now. I'm feeling so good. Okay.
I love this level though.
We
Like
have to
the
find
windows.
the electrical closet and turn off the power.
Okay.
Oh.
That does sound like finding a needle in a haystack. I will say finding an electrical closet in a office building.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Oh my god, my eyes, I'm going cross-eyed.
I used to work as a janitor in an office building.
I used to not.
What?
Oh, I found a zero.
A zero? Can't you just... Oh, I was gonna see if I could just jump. It's like still kind of hard to see unless I go through every cubicle. Ooh. What? Oh, this is the zero. Green zero. Okay. What's this? A door to another building. You are. Fuck me. Damn. I don't know if I can keep looking at these cubicles. It's boring. Nope, I don't want to look at the cubicles anymore. Yep, oh, we got green 0. I think that's a door I opened.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
The green 0 is one of them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Imagine you could have duplicate numbers. So, like, you have 2 green 0s. Let's go. We'll go this way. Oh, Ghost found a red 5. Very nice. That's where we came from. This might be where we came from. It is. I am already lost. How many numbers are there? Hello? Going super fast. Ooh. 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 Not in here. What's in here? Oh my god, Ghost is finding all of them. Ooh. Gotta take advantage of this coffee. Meow. 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 Oh, I find one? 7. Oh, good job.
Oh, we did it. Wait. Let's wait for Sunny to turn off the power.
Yeah, I'll go get her.
Okay.
Sunny! Sunny!
Do you know the way back to the elevator?
Sunny! They're ready. They brute forced it, but they somehow did it. Okay. Hey.
Hi.
They guessed the last number and they got it.
Yeah, sounds about right. We've done that before.
Okay, Sunny's here.
Okay, I'm gonna turn off the power in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, go! Run!
Oh wait, we have to run back to the front?
I guess to the elevator.
Oh.
What?
It wasn't
Oh.
amazing, it was just different.
Oh.
Oh, I fucking hate this one!
Oh, it's this one.
Oh, god damn it. Adrian,
I forgot.
are you seeing this girl?
I don't know what this. I forgot what this one is.
And
the
I'm gonna
sonar
type
one.
it in.
Oh.
Oh,
shit.
guys. Alright, well.
It's a red
I'm going
door.
down this hallway. I'm gonna follow the blue. Sounds good.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, 'cause then there's the. Oh yeah, 'cause here's the big red door.
Oh, it's gonna suck. Oh, is that just closed? I don't know which way I'm supposed to go. I'm already lost, chat. Where am I supposed to? Oh, there's a thing right here. I'll follow the blue line. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? Huh? Why is the blue line in here? There is a car. So hallway this way. This is spooky.
I didn't even follow it. I just happened to find it.
Oh, hey guys. Raise the statues. Oh man, where is it? I'm so lost. I hear voices. Guys, where are you? I'm lost. I think I just went in a circle. Where's the other line go? Doesn't this one also end? This one also ends. Where am I going? Rip. Sorry, Shems. Oh, the big red door's open. Oh my god. Oh, it wasn't me that pushed you into a hole, tell you what. Hello? Help. Where are you? I don't know where here is. Are you in one of the doors? Hello? Are you over here?
You have bandages?
No.
Oh, you're here. You're here somewhere. Hi. Where are you?
Hi.
Hi.
You have bandages?
I have bandages, yes. I dropped them, but I'm right next to a big pit.
Okay, well, try to hold right so you don't.
Oh,
Okay, you're good now.
thank you.
Yup.
Red man doesn't like me too much.
Where are we going?
That's a great question. Red man is right next to me. We're following this blue strip right here.
Okay.
Oh,
How's my
Red
sanity
Man,
doing?
go away.
Anything on these?
What? How?
What happened?
What? How? He got
Did you
me
get
right
down
next-
again?
Yeah, I'm probably just gonna die.
Do you have any more bandages?
No,
Oh no.
I'm out.
Okay.
But I'm down, so I can look around. Oh, there's hanging bodies from the ceiling. Oh,
Oh.
hi.
Okay, hi.
Oh, hi.
Come go look around.
Okay, bye. Let them know I'm on the floor, please.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's...
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, I found you. Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
What are we doing?
Oh, hi. Hi, I did want to go. These motherfuckers, they will not leave me alone.
Where are we going?
Shin's got pushed in a hole, I guess.
It's not my fault.
Get pushed in a hole. Oh.
Guys, are you still here? Yeah, it left. Hello? Choose the right door. Oh, we gotta go back now.
We can go back.
Yeah.
And now we pull it back out, right?
Oop. Weep, weep, weep.
Green. Pink is the right door, question mark? 'Cause there's no pink button. There's green, yellow, and orange. So there's green and orange, but there's no pink.
So pink?
I'm right here.
Was I supposed to do that? Oh, I died. Whoops. Whoa.
It's supposed to be the one that matches. I think it's orange.
Whoa, watching this
Is it
in
orange?
like third person is weird. Hi, Shams.
Why? Why you say that?
Because orange and the monster match.
Oh, is that what it is?
Hey,
I
man.
think so.
Sorry you got pushed.
Yeah, I got like body
I mean, I
blocked
can go
on
down and be guinea pig.
on the first floor
I'll go down.
into like the main area,
I got this.
and it
Alright.
like slid me off to the
If
left
it's
into the
not
hole.
orange, it's pink.
Also, it's funny. They realize Ghost still thinks it could be pink, though I died in pink.
It was orange.
Oh, it is orange.
Yeah. Cool. It orange.
It orange.
It orange.
Have a good lurk, by the way, cutie cucumber. Also, have a good lay down. I think we have to find a wall. Like, we have to find a door.
Oh, I've never actually made it this far.
I've done it once. We have to find a door.
Okay.
This spectator is weird.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't mean to drop my bench.
It's easier to see, but weird.
There we go.
No LiDAR effects.
Nope.
Okay.
I think I
Found it, maybe?
Yeah, I found it.
Oh, I walked right past it.
Hey, they made it. Water level? Water level! Hey guys, I died. I went down pink.
My sanity is all the way low, guys. I'm gonna die soon.
I just want you guys to know I went down pink. I trusted full-heartedly in pink.
It was not.
Yeah.
It was
But then,
not
like,
pink.
I was like, hey guys, I think it's orange, and I just hear Ghost's like small voice going, it's orange.
I'm gonna die. Anybody got Samity's?
No.
Here you go. Here's a brace of creek.
Oh, you saved me life. I hear heartbeat in my ear.
I just gotta run around in this one until we find the out.
Party level?
I think so, and I think they revamped that one.
Oh, fantastic. Some new stuff I've heard. Oh, they were flying. Oh, Elaine, look. There's
Elaine, look.
Ooh, ice water. Oh my god, there's multiple. Oh god.
I don't like that one because you just slide straight down and then whoa.
I want to go down the slide.
Me too. There's green slides and blue slides. I won't go down a blue slide. How do you... I wanna go down a slide.
Slide.
How to slide.
How to slide.
Whee! I like this level. It's nice and bright.
I also like this level. Nothing can hurt us here.
Whee! What are we looking for?
Stairs? I think I see stairs.
Yeah, those look like stairs. Here, I'll go get them. I'll tell them there's stairs
Go
here.
get them. Yeah, go grab them. This is stairs. I found them already.
Guys, we found the stairs! Guys! Guys, we found the stairs!
Oh, shit.
Unless Ghost and I are wrong, but I think we're looking for stairs here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Ooh. See?
Good job, guys.
Ooh. Wait, was I a liar? Am I a liar? Where the stairs go?
Huh?
There are stairs here.
Ghost.
Ghost! Ghost?
They weren't
Whoops.
stairs.
My bad.
The light thing. It's okay. It's the light thing.
Whoops. Damn, that would have been cool. Oh, look at all these tubes. The slide is a lie. Did you go that left way?
I don't think so.
I'll go that way.
I'll come with you.
A day.
Because Ghost and Shim's caught up, so I think they're together now.
Okey-dokey. Sorry I misled you about the stairs.
It's okay.
Boopy boopy boo 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 boo. Boop Stairs, where are you?
Yeah,
Those skylights? Yeah, yeah, they're literally just to the sun. They're nice.
Yeah, Shem's asked me if he thinks the water, if I think the water tastes like blue raspberry, and I said it probably tastes like chlorine.
It probably just tastes like chlorine.
Because there's plenty of air ventilation, so I mean, it could be chlorinated.
There's slides that way. Weird. I don't like them. I mean, it is a liminal space.
I like it. I think it's cool.
I don't think Devouring has experienced the other levels with us, so maybe that's why he doesn't like it, because this is his first liminal space. Where are these stairs at?
Is this a circle? I swear to God we came out of a room and then went that way. No. No.
I don't know. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth, so... I don't remember it being this dark, I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, is this it? Is this the stairs?
Yeah, this is the stairs.
Oh God, we found them. Nice. Probably help if I had my fucking light on.
I like the texture they put on the tiles. It really feels like tiles.
Me too. I love it.
Whee!
Okay, and they're not up here, so they haven't found it yet. Yeah, we need everybody.
That's so weird. That like thin glass. How bows. Hi, Fruit Bat. Welcome on in. Also, welcome on in, Devouring. Hope you're having a great day.
Let's go get them.
Alright. Y'all die if I fall off these stairs, yeah?
Yeah, go straight up before.
Skirt the corner. Ooh, Temb. Day streams the week. Yippee. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. Alright, so... Where'd Miu go? Miu? Miu?
I'm up here.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for him.
Okay. I'm at the bottom of the stairs a little bit.
Okay. I'm just gonna stand here and I'm gonna whistle. Alright, I guess I should whistle. Is there another way in here? There isn't. Okay, so I'll stand here. Took a nap and just woke up. It's dark outside, so I assumed it was about 6 a.m. So sad. Thinking, oh, sorry, Fruit, that you guys sad, but no, I'm here. I'm here every day. Oh, it's okay. Alright, there's only one way into this place, right? My roommate was like, it's 8 p.m., not a.m. That's valid. Oh, well. I'm gonna go stand at the entrance, so maybe they'll hear my whistle. Alright, let's go to the entrance chat.
Actually, it's over here.
Oh, hey, guys! Yeah, it's over here. Yeah, it's over here.
I was right. See, never doubt me ever again.
I never doubted you. What do you mean?
Oh, thank gosh.
I had to bring us back to the beginning so I didn't get turned around. I knew exactly where it was the whole time.
Yeah, I mean,
followed
you...
blindly. I trust you.
Yes.
I mean, yeah.
And I'm not wrong.
See, now
Yeah,
you
I didn't have to wait long, which means you guys clearly knew where you were going.
Exactly. I always know where I'm going. I have the best sense of direction. Don't ask me about the doors in like the party place. I don't. I just need a refresher, you know, on where the doors are.
Is the party place the one where the guy sings Daisy Daisy?
Yeah.
Yay! I love that place.
I love that guy. I'm gonna give him a big old kiss on the mouth. That's my biggest hear me out in this game. Not
I
my
just like that
biggest
song a lot. Let's go. Okay.
I wanna do green.
I want to do blue.
One green.
6. 2, 3.
I like they changed it to little shapes.
Yeah.
3 orange. Am I? 4, 5, 6.
3.
No. There's only one. Oh, there's 2. I lied. I'm bad at this. Hold on. Oh, you got it. Oh, we got it.
Let's go.
Fuck yeah. No, we didn't. Oh, we did. Oh shit. Yeah, we did. Oh,
Oh no, I don't like this one! This one stresses me out! This one stresses me out so fucking bad, dude. No! Someone diverted, someone went the wrong way.
Yeah, someone went the wrong way.
Okay. Okay.
I circled around. I knew that. My sense of direction is amazing.
Oh, yeah, so true. I'm so sorry, you didn't divert, you made your own path.
Yeah.
All roads do not lead to Rome. You make your own path. What are we doing in here? I don't know what we're doing in here.
We need the key card.
Find the key card.
Door.
Door's right here.
Door.
We're all here.
Does anyone have the key card?
Oh!
You have the key card.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh, it's my key card. Oh, I hate it here. Find it? Oh! I hate it here. This is so stressful. Okay, for real? Okay. I'm about to shit my pants.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
They're like, hey, we put all the chips and stuff on the fucking things for you. It's like, yeah, thanks, I guess. Let me just stop and grab those.
Right?
Oh.
Why is he right there? No, go away.
That's why this is stressful.
Where is the door? Oh my god, hurry!
We are hurrying.
If
There's
you
an
guys
almond
look at
water.
the
It's right here, it's right here, it's right here.
I saw an almond water.
He got in!
What do you mean he got in? I found a key card! I found a key card! I found a blue key card! Do we need a blue one? Ah! No!
There we go again.
Oh, what happened?
We all died.
Was is it just a key card? Does the color matter? Because I found one.
No, it's just a key card.
It's just a key card.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm in the back.
This is so no, please. Alright. I'm stuck.
Wait, I love you. Oh my god, wait, guy. Okay, he's not in. No.
Okay, key card, key card, key card, key card.
It's so dark over here. Oh my god, it's so dark.
It really is. I found it! I found it! I found it! I found it!
Okay, okay. Wait till we're all here.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Go, go, go.
All right,
Go.
go. Guys, I don't like being in the back. I'm gonna be real. Oh!
Nope. This way.
Oh, jumping was bad. Oh. Oh my god, I keep getting stuck on things! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This is so stressful!
Holy shit! I gotta close it.
Did they get through?
No, but I think I found the key card! I found the key card!
Did we? Oh, we lost.
I think Miu went the wrong way. Yeah, I think Miu went the wrong way.
Okay, it's okay. It's all the way down at the end of this hall. Okay, who's going first?
I'm going first.
All right, I'll follow you. Go,
Oh, go, 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 go.
please. Oh my god, go. Stop getting stuck.
Oh, this level is so stressful. We'll avenge you, Miu, I promise. As long as Shems doesn't lead us astray.
Oh, an ass. I'm getting out of here.
No, I got stuck.
We're getting out of this hole.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I hate this fucking level.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh, leave me alone. How much longer do we have to run for? Ah!
Guys, the exit's right here.
Oh my god.
Hey, wife.
God. That's the first time.
Hi, wife.
Oh.
I got stuck and he touched me on the butt. Oh, Shems.
That is
Why? How dare he?
That is the
Yippee,
first
I
time
love
I've
this
ever
level.
passed this level. That was the first time I've ever passed that level. So
I love
Sunny, how
this
does it feel to
level.
get the door closed on you?
Oh no, I went the wrong way. I died way before.
Yeah.
I like died at the beginning.
I know that clip. I sound so pissed off.
I remember that.
Oh my god, dude. All for the love of you.
Does it matter which one we go in?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down green. Bye.
They're all green.
Yeah, they're all green. Hello?
Hello? Hey. I'm half crazy over the love of you. Wonderful to carry. Oh, hey.
Oh shit. Hello.
Wait, is this a thing?
I've located
No, it's not.
our exit. Well, not exactly. I've got the general
What?
idea of where we need to be going.
Oh, okay. Oh, it's dark. It is
Yeah,
dark.
when the lights go out, we've got to find like a party room like this.
Okay. Sounds good. Any money? Ooh, coin and bandage.
Wayne, where did you go?
Yes.
Shit.
Hey.
This way, this way.
Okay.
Shit, where was it? Over here, over here. Nope, that's it.
Okay. Alright, Shems.
Fuck, we need a coin.
I have a coin.
Oh, sick. And then exit's right here. Oh shit, we need another coin. Oh, I got it.
Oh. Do we need another coin? Oh, fuck.
I think we need to
Oh!
do it on here.
Oh, shit. This scared the shit out of me. Oh.
Oh yeah, it's red light, green light time. I hate how the stoplights
I'm sorry.
are not bright enough for you to see from like the side.
Yeah, and also the yellow doesn't make a noise. It just goes to red for noise.
Red. Red.
Sorry.
They'd be making us wait ages and then give us like a second of green. Like, come on.
Yep. Ooh. Oh, okay. Change. 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 Yes.
It's gonna be red. What? Excuse me? I made it.
Oh. Oh no, I'm stuck. I don't trust it. What? What's your screen? Oh. Nice. Oh, I've got to do it again, huh?
Yeah.
Any coins in here? Oh,
I kinda
I'll
wish
take
there
2
was coins
coins.
in here.
Jackpot 999. Alright, I'll do this one. Shoot. This is going a lot. Oh no, fuck! Okay. That didn't happen, chat. This is going a lot better than last time. I think it's because I know, or at least for the first one, Shems helped me out with it, which was like a huge help because like, I think the last time I did this, I really didn't know what I was doing. And like, because they're like, oh, there's an exit, like, I didn't believe there was one, and then I ended up dying, and then like, never really got to the exit to do, I feel like the red light, green light as much until like people finally like pushed me into it. So. Give me your answer to Hello? Hey, Shems and I did the first one, and now we're on our second round, I guess? Shems and I got out already. We found the exit. Use. I've got some coins and I got some bandage. Oh, I have 4 coins. Okay, I gotta stop being greedy. I gotta go through that door. Nope. Nope. Oof, my neck. Oof. Ooh. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. And I'm the only one in here, so I can take my time. Oh boy. Let me go. Yippee. I think I missed my exit. Gonna get down to this one and then I'm gonna see. I think I'm going the right way. Oh, fuck. This is long. Oh my god, not right at the exit. Blech. How many more tickets we need? I think we have like 13,000? 1,300? Might be a little short because I fucked up twice. Okay, another 999 one would be fine. 614, 999. We need how much more do we need though? We need 400 more. I'd rather guarantee with the 999 one. Oh, sanity's pretty good. I only use 2 coins. Oop. I like that you can hear the music as you get closer to it. Oh, fuck. I don't have 5 coins. Okay. I only have 1 coin. I need to get some more coins. Especially if this is the last one. Hello? Shems, where are you? I don't know where you are, man. Shems, keep talking, man.
I don't know why it's taking me so long to bleed out. I've been sitting here for like 5 minutes.
Can't find you, man. Oh. That's crazy. Who are the claymen? The claymen are the people in this game that they're the residents. Are you still alive, man? Okay, I'm gonna try to find you. I might die. No! Holy shit. Woo! That's bullshit, man. I had so many tickets. Just drop my stuff. I don't know why I use those potato chips. I should have just dropped them. Won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. How many? As many as there in this game, probably. To be fair. Daisy, 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 give me your answer due. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. The fluorescent lights suck. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. Dying. Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. Need a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage. All I can do is sit on this floor and cry. Daisy, Daisy, give me your answer, do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage. I just fucked the fuck out of the exam. It's okay. We know what not to do for next time. So it'll be okay, Vexed. Caught me at a perfect time. I'm dying, so. It's okay, we fail upwards. The big thing is that we fail upwards. Oh, are they doing stuff? Oh, they got out of the room, maybe? I think they got out of the room, which is good. Damn, yup, I'm... Yup. Yum, 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 yum. Daisy, Daisy... I should not have eaten those potato chips. I'm lasting so much longer when we could be watching Miu's perspective. I'm sorry. Crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, you can't afford a carriage. You oh, they found the exit I found. I think that was the exit I took. Daisy, Daisy, answer do. I'm half crazy, all for the love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage. Alright, we gotten into web fishing, Buster. Wonder if flailing around makes my sanity go down faster. What do you guys think? I don't think it really matters. Stylish marriage, I can't afford a carriage. Elaine, I blame you for my love of web fishing. Why me? Why me? I didn't do anything. I've been such a game of butts, man. Why is it my fault? Can I watch my sanity drain? I can. Very small increments, but it's going down. Well, it's good to know that if you eat sanity things, it makes you last longer so you don't die right away. If you have sanity stuff. There we go.
We're kind
Hey,
of going in a
Shams.
weird circle. Not circle,
Hello.
because we didn't start out in that room
Hello.
before. We started out in the...
It's really rough when
laundry
there's
room.
two of them. When there's two of
Yeah.
them.
And then this was on the way to the other room.
They might be just short of points if this counts as the same exit. I wouldn't know about it if it weren't for you. Okay, fair game, but it's a cute game.
How many tickets we need?
We need like 500.
Ooh, I didn't even see that one.
I think they. It depends on what hole they jump down. Because if this is a new one, I think
If it's a
they're
n-
fine.
Yeah, if it's a
It's
new
not
one,
clear
then they're
because, like, I haven't seen
fine.
one yet.
But
You were basically right on.
Hell yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it'll count as a new one. Because this is the exit I went out of earlier.
Oh yeah, they're good.
Okay. How many tickets we need?
I hope. Nope.
No.
Oh, stop when light is red. Yes, we know.
Yeah, we did. We did great. We didn't. I don't think
Yeah,
we got
they need
penalized
200
once.
more.
No, we didn't get penalized at all. Okay, we need to do one more.
I think we gotta do. Is that
We
one?
haven't done this one at all.
That's the one I
Okay.
got stuck in.
Hold on, let's see.
They'd find coins and
Shem's probably took all the
bandages.
coins. Shems, do you know which one you died in?
The 99.9 one. Okay.
Okay, so did you have any coins on you?
So Elaine went through that one too.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait.
She had 2 coins.
Do you guys know where the exit is in this one? We only need like 200 more tickets, so if you guys know where this one is, we could just do this one quick.
He used all of them running. Okay.
The first one might be the one that was like right near the entrance. The one that you led me to the first time.
Shall we go? Because I think there's only one exit. It's just, it depends on how you get to that exit through the other doors.
Yeah. Alright, are we going in 614 or 999? Everybody seems to die in 999, so let's go down 614. Okay. Oh wait, this is just run. Imagine
I
I
hope
die
they don't
right
get
here.
bambazzled.
Imagine.
Hopefully not.
Because the 991
Make sure to do
had like
50 before you get in
the
here.
5 coin doors, which
Yeah.
sucked
I
ass.
need this granola. Granola doesn't do sanity anymore?
No.
Aw.
Do you need something that does sanity?
I ate my last cupcake, but I don't have anything else now.
Here, take these two.
99 areas,
Alright.
barren wasteland with nowhere to hide.
So we've got a room. Excuse me.
Can you turn the fisheye off in spectator mode?
I don't know.
Hey, I see it, I see it, I see it, I see it.
Shut on,
If you look right here, you can see it right there.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Let's go in and wait for a minute though. Oh,
Yeah.
very blue in here. I don't have any coins. How many coins do you have?
I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, that should be enough for the final door. I
Yeah.
think you need 5 for it anyway.
Unless it's the same when it's open, we just need to make sure we get through other doors.
Yeah, come on. Shit, around. No!
Back, 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 back.
Oh my god. No. I'm going over.
No. Alright, ready?
Uh-oh. Where'd the ghost go?
Did the ghost just drop? Oh no.
I think ghost might have disappeared.
Ghost?
Oh no.
Hold on. Oh, you disconnected. Oh.
Oh no.
I don't think I can. Oh, yeah, I can. Your stuff unfortunately disappeared with you. You were gone.
Vanished.
Hi guys.
Hey there.
Hello.
Thank God we're on the last 200 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hi, Star! How
I'm
you
gonna
doing?
go check on some dindins real quick.
Okie dokie.
He ran away. He's like, that's not ghost, and ran away from me. Alright, I'm gonna give it one more cycle, and then I will go run for that door.
I'm doing good, got a lot done today, and I'm
gonna
gonna
unmute
work
Discord
and
'cause
work,
I wanna hear you
work
guys
on some
talk.
homework. Okay. Okay, I'll unmute on Discord.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi.
Um,
I don't want to be totally alone, so
no, that's valid.
Ghost disconnected.
Yeah, I saw. There you go. Well, I guess
This
I can leave you
game's
guys.
petty, dude.
Yep.
So in that 999 area,
Mhm.
I used up like I had hella bread. I used up all of my coins running because there's no safe spaces, and I managed to survive long enough for the lights to come back on when they first went down, and immediately after, like it played the first two notes of the song, and then immediately afterward it went black again, and the fucking guy closed my position.
Oh shit.
Oh, that
Hey,
sucked.
there's the exit. Nice. Yeah.
Nice.
You gotta go through.
All right,
that.
let me
Yeah.
eat this.
Which backroom this is? This is backrooms escape together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like bated breath. Now we just wait.
I was too good. They had to nerf
I had to
me.
get rid of you.
No. I found one of the doors. Did I find the last one? I think you found the last one, actually.
Yeah, I ended up finding both.
Yeah.
You knew what direction they're in, but I ended up finding them.
Well, yeah.
There were two exits.
Yeah.
Green door exit, and then there was a blue door. What happens if you go on red? You get deducted tickets, and we need a lot of tickets.
We
Yep.
only need 200 more, though, so.
Yeah, but I don't want to risk it.
Mhm.
It's red light, green light.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I like to wait.
Look at you, silly little controller girl.
Yeah.
Kems, do you like the screenshots I kept sending you?
I was
I
just getting
didn't know that you were
trapped in the
sending me
fucking
stuff.
room.
Yeah, I was sending you screenshots.
Oh,
I
We
love
were
the
literally
trap.
trapped the whole time.
We were trapped for a good 10 minutes. They wouldn't stop camping.
Yeah, two of them. We had two of them. Specifically, it's not they wouldn't stop camping Ghost.
They wanted me so bad. They followed me multiple different times.
Go to the stoplight.
I know. I'm gonna try to see if I can hop over. Nope.
Nope.
I slid.
No hopping allowed.
No.
I didn't know you could go around. I hopped over it, and that's how I was.
Yeah.
able
Well,
to-
I tried. I didn't make
yeah,
it.
yeah. That's okay.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like I can't see one. Let me just stop real quick. Oh, hey, it's right there.
Run!
I will.
Ooh. Nice.
Come on. I swear to God. I swear to God.
That's so
I will throw a
fucking
fit.
stressful.
I will throw
That's
a fit.
so fucking
No.
stressful. Dude. Dude, this is stressful.
I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Please.
Thank
Oh,
God.
thank God.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, I was gonna crash the fuck out. Oh, they changed this one.
Get as much food as you can to distribute amongst us. I would get pizza because chips doesn't really.
Among Us?
Among Us?
Among Us?
Right here?
I don't think we need coins anymore, do we?
I have no idea. There's one more. They added another level. Can I get through? Oh, I gotta go in the middle. Oh, look at that.
Oh, more bandages.
Grabbing bandages, yeah. Cupcake!
Cupcake. Oh my goodness. Imagine if you missed one. That would be so unfortunate. I'd just fucking cry.
I know. I was about to crash out if that was gonna happen. Ooh, sugar cookie or the M&M cookies and stuff are really good. I gotta plug my headset in. Logitech, you better watch your fucking days. Because sometimes my headset won't charge if I'm not wearing it, like if it's not on. And so I have to like charge it while I'm wearing it. I have so many bandages. Alright, I'm gonna eat this granola cookie, even though I know it's not in, I'm gonna eat this one.
Hello, my Rocky. Hello, my baby.
Okay.
Go.
Oh, it's your birthday cake. Happy birthday.
Oh
boy. Oh boy.
Have you died both times you've got to this?
Yeah, I've never gotten this far. Oh, okay, I'm gonna drop my coins.
Birthday cake.
Oh, my kitty's
Birthday
here.
cake.
My kitty cat. Hello.
I have a hat on. Stay forever. Don't know why just walking right into it would do anything. Don't mind me.
Hey, it could have been one of those things where you just got bump into it.
Yeah.
Oh, she sneezed on me. Oh.
Oh.
What?
You've reached
What?
the
What?
end.
Huh?
What?
What?
There's supposed to be a whole nother level. What? Hold
What?
on.
Yeah, hold on. What the what?
Am I wearing a party hat?
Oh, is it a secret level?
It's a
I
secret
think it
level.
is. It's a secret level between 1 or 0 that takes you to 3. You are wearing a party hat. Look at you. You're so
Hell yeah.
cute.
Someone take a screenshot for me.
I got you. Boop.
Thank you.
They could have told us it was secret. Oh, it's a -1. Oh, little -1.
Yeah, that's why I tried looking to see maybe if they're down here, but...
Damn. But we did it. We did it. It was pretty smooth, all things considered, compared to our first play.
Yeah, I liked the little updates they did. Oh, why does this one say exclamation mark?
I'm petting my cat. That's level fun, probably.
Which one?
That one has the party hat. There's one that has
Is
an
it level
exclamation
run?
mark on it.
Oh.
This one doesn't have anything on it. It's locked.
-1.
Oh! It look
yeah.
-1. But
This is locked,
we can't.
though.
Damn it.
Yeah.
It's not like the other ones where it says, like, all players required, yeah.
Yeah. But I still had fun either way. At least I was with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys want to come play Peak, or everybody you got I got stuff to do.
I got stuff to do, but if you guys are gonna go play Peak, I hope you have a wonderful time.
I hope you have a wonderful time. I love you so much.
I
Mwah.
love you too. Mwah.
Mwah.
We could wait. I'll play the update with
Goodbye,
you guys
ladies
next
and gentlemen.
Wednesday. It'll be
Violin.
super fun. I
Violin.
look forward to it.
There we go. Goodbye, Lane. I love you.
Goodbye. I will see you guys next Wednesday for Peak.
Yes,
Next
so see you next Wednesday.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Alrighty. I don't know why, but the preview got squished. Okay, there we go. That was very weird. The preview got squished. Alright, so we're gonna traverse over to doing some video editing for a little bit, because I have some video editing ideas. Oh, I didn't mean to click that one, but I have to go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and then we'll do a little bit of that, and then we're gonna do a little fucking Minecraft. That's right, baby. CurseForge may have not accepted the latest. I'll talk about it when I get back. All right, I love you guys. I'll be right back. I'm sorry I keep getting the same ones, by the way, Star. But that's just a luck of the wall. Okay, I'm back. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. Let me turn back to normal. I might be on chilled just because, like, I'm a little overstimulated and I just took my Adderall, so a little bit of low stimulation. Let's do this. There you go. Where'd my BLT's behind the thing? Whoops. That's not what I meant to do. This one. There you go. There we go, little buddy. And this one and this one. Okay. So I'm gonna test this. I don't know what we're listening to. Let me change this music. Turn it up a little bit. Oh my god, is it gonna work? I had an idea for editing a clip that I thought about from 2 days ago. And it's a little cheesy, but I'm gonna try it. Let me see if I can clip this. Let's go a little bit forward. And then clip it. I think I might have went a little too far forward. Hi, Quitza! What? Hold on, I gotta go back to it again. Elaine, do you like Scene Queen? Is that... I feel that sounds so familiar. Probably? How you doing, Quetz? Yes, I do, because I liked her song, Barbie and Ken, that she did as a collab song. And I think I've heard another one of her songs, I just don't remember. I do like her. Trying to figure this out. Alright, pause. Okay. Hi, Sino! Hello. How you doing? How you doing? I feel like I'm trying to figure like 10 things out and my brain's gonna explode. Thank you for the song request. around 3 steps. Something is strange. I'm in a simulation. How so? Okay. Wait, did I get the whole second? Okay. I don't get dates, lol. I thought the first one was a fluke, but you're amazing. What do you mean, Quetz? You're amazing. You know what? I'm surprised you haven't gone on more. There. I said it. I said it. Must manifest more. I'm manifesting for you, Pookie. Do not worry. Share. Download landscape. Now I will delete this clip. Maybe I won't. Oh. Okay. I will edit that in a minute. I died. I was killed by a wasp, apparently. Holy shit. Holy shit, what the fuck is happening? Why can't I op myself? I can't. Am I not an operator on my own server? Players. Oh, did it do this? Do I have all the players on the old? Oh my god. I didn't mean to. Ah! Player data. And a whitelist. Okay, I opt myself so I can do this. Okay, and then okay, we can have. Oh, I want to put a turn game rule fire. What is it? Fire damage. Was it the turn fire spread off? How to fire spread off Minecraft. Game rule do fire tick false. Do fire tick false. Okay. Because, yeah, don't really. Okay, let's just close that. Okay, don't wear that. What is this? Oh, it's my death thing. What the fuck? What the heck? This was my latest death. How do I... Oh, okay. That is not how Coral Tombstones works, but that's fine. God damn. Actually, this is kind of sick. I love singing the song is good and Pink Panther is so good. Interesting. Dude, what the fuck? This is actually kind of sick of a spawn place. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna get distracted, so I'm just gonna disconnect really quick so I don't get too distracted. And then I gotta transfer player Minecraft player ID lookup. New mod pack. This is the new mod pack. So I got a little oh, fruit bat, look. I'm gonna grab some grub. How do you get good grub? So this is a new mod pack. Unfortunately, it's not open to the public because this V0.1 needs to be approved. So this is the famous hello, Kitstrophy. Welcome on in. I don't think I'm that famous, but I appreciate you. So we need the V0.1 to be approved. I don't know when the fuck it's gonna get approved because CurseForge wants to rip my dick off and make me sad. But we'll get there. Why is it me? Because I have the list of all the player IDs, but it may have removed all the whitelisted players from the server, so I have to fix it. But you were the first one on here, so I'm going through the list because it shouldn't have removed everyone, and I don't know why I did. Look up. Oh, I forgot. It's every 3. The model is precious. Thank you. It was created by Ozumi Wizard and model Jersey BC for the credits. If you want to check them out, definitely do. Jersey's actually live right now. Hold on, let me give him a shout out. I need to come back. What's happening? Oh, are you talking about with the stuff? With the... It's okay. We're starting a new server. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, what is... Am I dumb? What happened to the... I'm being a little stupid. Hold on. I should have it, like, pinned, but I don't. BZ, Jersey BZ. There we go. It's okay. What streamers know what they're doing? So true. So true. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh, they're playing Peak with Big Nose Bug. Very cool. Very cool. All right. What am I doing? Oh, I was adding people to the whitelist on the server. That is correct. Okay. I miss my blocks. Understandable. Add whitelist. Okay, I have to like split my screen because I have to go through this list now. 1, 2, 3. This one. Look up. Whitelist. Add. Because the only real requirement to be on the server is don't be an asshole and be in my Discord. Because that's the most direct way that I can give updates. So, like, if something goes wrong, you can message me in Discord. Whitelisted. What happened to Fruit Bat? Where did Fruit Bat go? On the wish whitelist. I keep thinking this is wish list. Okay, and then we have to op sim because sim helps us with stuff. Okay, next. 1, 2, 3. Look up. That was Quetzos. Every 3. This one. I will say though, this is a beefy server. Or not a beefy server, a beefy mod pack. So just be warned. It should run not terribly, mainly because like I optimized it pretty good. But there's no guarantee. Why is it not adding Fruit Bat? Oops. Vogue op. 1, 2, 3. This one. What's this one? It's Dragon's Fae. Add a whitelist. 1, 2, 3. This one. Add to whitelist. It hates me. I think it's because I'm adding multiple people at once that it's like, I don't know what you're doing. You're doing it. You're putting in too many like requests. But we'll see. 2, 3. Vexed. So I essentially cleaned the entire server, which fair game I shouldn't have done. Should have just wiped the world. My bad. 1, 2, 3. This one. Pixels. Not player. Confirm. 1, 2. This one. And also another thing, if you need creative for whatever reasons, if you need items, just let me know. I can give it to you. Make sure you have dedicated RAM. Yes, the mod pack should already set your dedicated RAM for you when you download the mod pack. But it also, well, might not. So just make sure you allocate 10 instead of 8. 8 might be fine. So if you want to start with 8, that's fine. But I suggest doing 10 if you can. But if it's not going to go up that high, that is fine. Or, I'll try to see if we have a workaround for it at the very least. A lot of the weight should be taken off by the fact that, a lot of the, like, memory stuff is on the server side, but that's a backup. Cosmetic armor, this one. Look up. Only a ghost. Only. Tell me that you need me. And also. And then we're gonna add fruit bat again. Alright, there you go. I think that's everyone. If you're not on this list of whitelisted players, please let me know, and that way I can add you. Okay, cool. That's all set up. Okay, I can't get too distracted. I'm thinking fake Chinese food tonight. Ooh, that sounds so good. Yes. Get some Chinese food. Okay, so I think this is all good to go now. And another reason why it's not open to the public just yet is because I am trying to find a good world spawn that's within 10k. Let me ask Sim though. The server on the 10k by 10k thing will show me how, preferably the ladder, I can reload spawn if I need to. Okay. So essentially we'll have a 10k by 10k square, and we can only build in that. Hi, Oso, thank you for the stream streak. Thank you for sharing your streak with me. I'm very excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Alright, so that's that. I'm gonna put today's stream title in here. Is that the one I had yesterday? No, that's this day's. I didn't have yesterday's. Okay, that's fine. It's more important that I get the videos I want edited. Hope you're doing good. I'm doing pretty good. No complaints here. Currently just being my little goober self. Twitch, new. Fall in love, maybe? I have an edits. I have an edits folder. I don't know why I didn't just put it on in there. Eyes on me. This one. Okay, hold on. These go in here. Okay. Okay, because I have an idea for that. Also, oh my god! Wait, is Star here? Star! I finished my stinger! Well, finished. I got the hard part done. Do you guys want to see it? You guys want to see the stinger? I have to do the background animations, which I don't know how to do yet, but I will figure it out slowly. Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. I have to add sound effects as well, but I do a little wink. I do a little I do wink, and then we pop out. I think it's pretty good. I think I did a pretty good job last night. You won't believe the motivation. So I was talking about it earlier this week, but I was like kind of upset at myself because I haven't been working on my debut stuff, and I feel like I've been lacking. And then last night we played a little bit of Hollow Knight, right? And so after stream, I was so upset that I didn't beat that boss that I tried to go back into an earlier save, right, to warm up. And be like, oh, I'll just warm up and I'll play it again when I do it this week and I'll be fine. I got stuck in like this really dark area and I couldn't get my soul back because I kept being stupid. And I was like, fuck this game. So I was like pissed. Well, not pissed, but I was a bit miffed about like, I was like, why the fuck, dude, this is stupid. And I was a little grumpy, and I was like, oh, but I don't want to go to bed and go lay down. What else am I gonna do? So I finished the stinger. I finished the live 2D parts of the stinger, so now it's like essentially done. I just have to do the background where like, so that way these transparent, I don't have my mouse, where these transparent areas are. Lol, raging at Hollow Knight inspired you to finish your stinger. I had to put that energy somewhere. So I put it into just crunching this fucking stinger. So, oh, I didn't finish Moira's eyes. Actually, Moira's eyes aren't actually done. I think her eyes are off. If you look at it, her eyes. I actually don't think it matters. That right here? I don't think it matters all that much. But yeah. So I have to just make it so these transparencies don't exist for the stinger. And I'm thinking of doing like a whoosh idea, but yeah, it was only like a singular frame. So, yeah. And then if I need to make it slower, I can just make it slower. But on the road, gonna get food. Sounds good. Be safe. Love you, Quets. All right, we gotta do a roll for fun first. And then I want to do the edit. And then I'll probably figure out how to do the thing I'm planning on, which is the stinger background. Might do it today, might do it tomorrow, just depends. All right. I'm getting spicy, so hope you can handle the heat. Oh yeah, I can. Oh, I might cry, but you know, I'm here for it. Hi, Kiwi. I hope you're having a good day. Thank you for the check-in and the daily vibe check. I hope you're doing well. Let's see, timeline. This one, create, singular, create. I think no, I know it's supposed to be like that. Yeah, I'm a little silly. Also, my face tracking is lagging. Is that because of you? Oh, if I did, okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Kind of want to just get this little extra breath out of here. Oh, I got distracted. Okay. Okay, that's good. I don't want this genre right now. It's making me sleepy. Do I just do that in, like, the chat box? On here. This one. Oh, did all these say Helmar, not Helmart? Oh my god. Oh my god. It does. Hellmart. Horror. Hellmart. Cool. Okay. Hellmart. Steam. This one. And this needs to go here. And then we'll unlock these. We'll scoot these over. And then put that there. Oh, I should message Andrea. I would love to have their opinion. And Star, if you have any opinions on the stinger, let me know, because I don't super know how I'm going to do the background. But if you have any opinions, or if you need me to send you like a video of it, just like let me know. What did you say I should put in the background to replace the gray? Ooh. Copy link. I put the wrong link. Oops, wrong person. Boop, boop. There you go. Yeah, of course, I sent over some ideas too on Discord. Yeah, fuck yeah. Can you share more? Can you share more? Alright. For me. Clip operations replace. Video editing. Roll for fun. There you go. I'm just gonna make sure it's like big enough. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, and then this goes up, and then we're gonna lock these two. Save my dirty soul. Can you save my heavy dirty soul? I need to sing more often. I miss singing a lot. Oh, I like that. That was actually kind of sick. Hold on. And then... let's do an ad track. Let's bring this up. Let's do... I really want to put the guy jerking off in the beginning, but that's not really... Like, they already sell that on their own stuff, so it's kind of like whatever, I guess. This is not what this looks like, is it? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, there's a guy that jump scares you when you go to look at the cameras for the first time, and he's just jorking the shit in front of one of the freezers. It's even in the trailer. So. Okay, I want that part. Maybe we keep this part in here. Computer. Yeah, you should calm down a little bit, bud. Maybe I do it here instead. I don't know if I want that section. Let's see, what is this about? That's kind of cool. Can try that. I don't know how I feel about it. Let me bring that back in really quick though. I want to cut this up a little bit more. Okay, so let me go see if Helmart has any other Helmart. Hey, for the boot brainer. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Trailer. Is this the video? This is the video that we have. Okay, let's do... Actually, where's the part where he's closing up shop? I think someone's smoking outside of my apartment, like cigarette smoke, and it's really fucking annoying. Let's try this section. Alright, how is... Let's format this really quick. To be here. I think the bottom half is less important. Apply, and then we're gonna put Helmart up a bit. Not bad, not bad. I think... I don't know if that'll matter that much. Let me see. Let's not crop the bottom, and instead let's bring it up. Let's bring it up more. Let's do a little bit more. Let me see, where does it sit? It sits like right there. I think that's better. Apply. Just gonna make sure that the thing isn't over her face, because I feel like it's a bit silly. It is. I'm just gonna move this to this side, I think. Yeah. Is that the safe spot for it? It isn't. Just make it smaller and just put it over here then. Okay. Save. And now we will take this guy and then delete track. Delete track. And I go grab the spooky song. And then we're gonna remove it from here. I'm gonna shove it down so it's not too. Ah! Now it's covering the other lady's face. Fuck. Oop. I'm just gonna put it over here then. Okay. The ending falls a bit flat, but I think it's fine because I feel like by the time you get to the guy jerking off in the freezer, like, that's good enough. Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying, Star. Where's my nodding one? There it is. Okay. Oop, okay, save, workspace, workflow integrations, this one. All I gotta do is do the snap captions and then full super moon out tonight. That's cool. It's raining here, so I wouldn't be able to see it, but that's cool. Current text, subtitle 1, default, create. I think that's good. And then default. Do 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 do. Oh my god, my eyeballs. My eyeballs. Alright, save. Save, please. Okay. Okay, first of all, let's go over here. Let's go 0.9. And let's bring it up here. Actually, I realized something. This should be here. And this needs to be here. Works for me. Oh, it's just because of this. Okay, cool. Save. And then I want to try something. I don't know how fancy the transitions are in... Let's rename this to Stinger Project. I don't know how fancy the transitions are in DaVinci, like overall, so I'm gonna see. let's see. I'll use this to test it. And then video transition. Let's do this wouldn't be bad in like the background. You have to be a little bit faster. So when they're all on the screen is when, oops, is when they need to be here. So it would be like this. And then we want it to be leaving like this. So could I do like a circular multi-wipe but in X on the outside? Yeah, so like that maybe. Actually, that's actually hella not that bad. Wait, hold on. That's actually not the worst. Because, like, in your case, circles or halos in the form of hearts may work better than the central design. I don't know. This could work. Let me see radial. I don't like that one. I just use it for his body, yeah, yeah. Oh, he's a gigolo. Oh, that's too slow. Honestly, this one wasn't bad. What about Lumo Wipe? We could try Lumo Wipe. Let's see how that works. I may have to mess with this one. Lumo Wipe, linear softness. So when are you opening Stinger comms, bruh? I am flattered, but never. Because this art is done by Coin. If you look her up, her name is literally just Coin, K-O-I-N. And oh god, that's like not bad though. That's actually hella not that bad. Oh god, color. Oh, and then we can make it like my blue. Oh my god. And wait, I have a pattern. Maybe I could, I think it's my overlay. I don't know why I don't put it in my, is it my assets? Maincoow pattern. This might be too much. But this would be so cute. Like, imagine this without So Young in it, though. Gigolo. Gigolo. Oh my god, cute. I know, right? Oh, give me. Because then it would be like. Hello? There we go. I'll turn this one off. When wallpaper when, washing tape when? I'd have to get the rights from Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola, you guys should check out Coca-Cola if you haven't. They're an amazing duo that does they make their own web series. What the Yoka, is it underscore cola? What do you mean Coca-Cola doesn't exist? Did they change their name? Coca-Cola. but I'll just put their Twitter here. But they are amazing. They recently made this VTuber model. They'll rig it and make the art, I believe, for $300, and that's a really good steal for stylized art like this. And for how nice they are, too. So, just saying. Can we... Let's remove that there. Wow, that's cheap, yeah. They are very amazing, and they have very good prices. So if you guys are looking to get a really good quality model, I would highly suggest them. That's cute as fuck, though. Is Minnie or Charlie a lion? I don't have Charlie on me. Hey, Minnie. Sorry to bug you. I was wondering if it'd be okay to edit this pattern to remove my mascot, the bow. I can't. Oh, to remove the mascot and the bows. I can do it myself. I don't mind. I just wanted permission because I think it'd be really cute as the brand of my stinger. And then I should probably copy. Why is it being stupid? I don't know if they're online, but I think that'd be pretty cute. That would be pretty cute. Because I can't necessarily think of anything else personally, but I think because like Star has mentioned pattern, and this is the only pattern I kind of have, and I think it would work really well. Because I like this blue in the background. It's just a little busy. So, I can fix it. I can fix it. At least we can test it. Open. Why did I start up? Holy totem. Not the quota. I'm half the MoMA. Alright, let's go here. Let's make a new layer. I'm at the pixel layer. Give me this. Is this... It's not exactly mirrored, so I'll just mark it out myself. I might keep the bow, maybe? But I will say that maybe not having him in here might offset the balance a little bit. Yes, it is. It does offset the balance a bit. Okay, I have an idea. I have another idea. No. Eminem? Slim Shady? Oops. That's not what I want to do. Oh, nope, nope. Toolbar, come back. No, where'd my toolbar go? I lost the toolbar. Where did my toolbar go? Where'd my toolbar go? Hold on, I have to check a pimple on my face. Panels. I get it. It was bugging the shit out of me. Where did toolbar? I saw the word toolbar. Show toolbar. There you go. Customize toolbar. Where is the? Is there no symmetry tool? Wrapping, spacing, space horizontally, wrapping, flip horizontal, back one. Am I on the wrong brush? Is that why? Ah, here we go. Is it that thing? Symmetry. Okay. Oops. Shift N. Oops, not that thing. I'm put my logo here. Logo. Why don't I just have a white? Ah, my brain is dumb. No, go back to the original. Nope. 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 Let me just make sure all these guys don't have. They don't. Okay. Export polyline. Export. Stream. Logo. Logo. Okay. It's very interesting that it's not. Should be at 500, I think. That's very interesting. The pattern's actually not centered. Or is that centered? No, it's not. This would be centered. Flood fill. Oop. Huh? Let's duplicate it. What is it? Oh, is it just... And then march down. Hide this in the background. And then... 5. There you go. How'd that work? Let's turn the symmetry off. There we go. I don't have that here. Customize toolbar. Not a hand talk, the ground, the story ever told. So it says that's centered? Interesting. Free tool. Give. Okay, there you go. There you go. And then, do I want to do like soft light? I like overlay. Rather than me. And then all I gotta do is segment this into 4 pieces. Can we flip this? Okay, and then I'll just move free. And yes, file, new. We want thumbnail. And then group, pattern 2. Copy this. Actually, let's do this. And then have it be 500 by 500. That is not the size of this. It should be 1,000 by 1,000, I think, actually. Whoops. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. And then hello, Echo. How you doing? Welcome on in. Where is the pattern? It's in my it's just added. There you go. I'm alive! Welcome on in. I'm so glad that you're alive. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Okay, so it's like double the size. Is that like the same? Bit bigger? It's like a bit bigger than that. I think that's about right. To make sure that they line up. Pattern big. Okay, let's test it. Boop. What doing, Miss Cow Lady? I'm making a pattern for my stinger. You'll see it all come together in a second. Stinger pattern. Download stinger pattern. This one. Give this to him. Add track, put this on top. And then we remove this guy. And like this. And then delete track. I think I like it. Maybe it might have to be smaller. Okay. I kind of like it if the logo would peak a bit more. Should it be smaller though? Add track. I'm gonna lock this track just so that I have the base. I'll turn this one off. How big is this? Or maybe I do moon and star pattern. Wait, I have one other pattern. Oh my god, wait, maybe I use this one instead. Where is it? Overlay, animations, stinger. No, not that one. What's the ending soon one? It's this. Add track. Do I like that? I think it's kind of cute. I think the circles would have to be the white instead, though. Yeah, maybe. Okay. I kind of like that, but I also feel bad that you're getting flashbanged. Whereas, like, with this one, you're not getting as flashbanged. And I think the blue just looks so nice. So maybe I can edit that pattern. I'm gonna save these. Save as. Download, stinger, new folder, patterns. Test square. Save as test pattern. Okay, let me grab this guy. I'll lock off. And then this doesn't need to be continuous. And then add a thing that's supposed to be this blue. Or, hello, Buster. Maybe do it this way instead, actually. Continuous. Let's do like 8. I'm bored because there's so much is the same. Why is this the same? It's not the same. Bro, you're not the same. How do you find yourself to be the same, brother? Okay, let's go back to 5 then. How you doing, Buster, other than the obvious pains in the neck that people are sometimes? Okay. Go. And then let me get that freehand. And this one. Oop. Missed a part. Whoop. Pixel selection, select invert. And then we add our blue. And let's see. Trying to calm down, but I can't. Yell. Yell your lungs out if you have to about it. That's what I'd do. Or cry. I usually end up crying, to be fair. Let's put this up here. My HOA would kill me. Scream into a pillow. I want this to have a mask. Pixel selection, reselect. Delete. Delete. Okay, let's do the adjustments. Saturation. Oh, that's fine then, I guess. Okay, feeling a bit better now after looking at the results of the elections yesterday in almost every major office either flipped blue or stayed blue. Fuck yeah. Screaming in the middle of a random farmer's field helps me. Scares the shit out of farmers though. I could imagine that. Yeah, I can imagine that. Layer effects. Not that one. This one? Nope. I want to invert it. Is it this one? It is. I don't see invert. Clarity, multi-point perspective, flip. Oh my god, denoise. I have tone procedural lighting. Where is the invert? Where is it? This thing? Hello. How are we today? We are good. How are you? Affinity 3 invert. Apply adjustments via. It should be this thing. Oh, I'm just stupid. Got it. Wait, what was that? This, maybe? What? This is being silly. Let me just do this HSL. That way it's already in there. And then let's refine the mask. Smooth. Feather. Was smooth. That didn't really help. Thank you for the boop. Pixel layer. Reselect. Boop. Oh, what happened? What happened? Oh, visually invert. That went straight into the eye. Smile. I'm okay. I'm invincible. Oh, it's so crunchy! I don't want it to be crunchy. How do I change this background? Does this help? I did not help. It does not need to be continuous. Let's try that one. Nope. Oh, ew. 5. Vocal stem, you got it. Thought I did that earlier today, but I guess I didn't.
You disrespect me. You disrespect,
my family.
You call us
You
stinky
poo babies.
You punched my wife. You kicked my baby. You kicked my fucking baby. You ate our dog. You ate our house.
And one more.
Peanut butter jelly the long
way.
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
Where is this from? It was from a random TikTok that I found. That's what it's from. If you look up, you disrespect me and you kick my dog, you'll find it. HSL. Q shift. Oh. I did the mask wrong because I'm a goober. Now do it. Okay, now it's good. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Man. Chat, why none of you tell me I'm being stupid? Pixel selection, invert, color. Y'all don't mind if I fall, right? What? 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 Fall what? Fall like fall asleep? So that's fine. I do that all the time here. I'm being dumb. Pit? Pit? Why do you want to go in a pit? Okay, I like the blue that it was. No. Deep. Well, don't go in the pit. What if we don't want you in the pit? Okay, that's not what I want to do. See where I got a lead? I guess you can go. But wouldn't you like to stay here where it's nice, comfy, cozy? Let's do this. And then shift it back to blue. And then do a black and white. Go in here. Oh, this is not what I thought it was. This is not what levels? By chance? Pit probably got Wi-Fi. I can do both. Okay. Alright. If you promise that the pit has both, then yeah, sure, go for it. Okay, so what? That's not doing what I want. I need the whole thing later. I just want the black to not be so black. I go back to my place. Threshold, curved, color balance. Maybe it's curves. You can just, oh wait, not that one. Gray. We're waiting for you. Boop. Boop. Reset. Piped! Piped! Oh no! Who can say where the road goes? Ba-do-do-do. Here lies our great fallen comrade, who decided to go in the pits for some reason. I don't really know the reason, to be honest with you. Chat, this is not working the way I wanted to. How to color scale from white and blue to dark blue and blue. I don't think that's gonna answer what I want. Okay, so my only other idea, turn this off, is to go here and select all these bad boys. Add a new color layer. Go here, go to the bucket tool and do this. Children in the pit scary, I'm sorry. I'm sorry it was so scary. And like, what if I... That's not bad. I can do shit like this. Pixel selection, reselect. Oh. Plus colorful plastic balls. Fuck yeah, you should have seen us. We were in the escape rooms earlier. Pixels, pixel selection, reselect. Invert. So if I, can I blur this? Red eye. It's a stamp to blur brush tool. This one. Oh, this one? Pixel selection. Grow shrink. One, okay. I just do that. And then I blur it? That's not gonna work. So gross though. Ball pit. I think I'm at Charles Entertainment Cheese's place. Fuck yeah, dude. It's not so bad. Could be worse. Could be Five Nights at Freddy's. That's where you wanna be. Five Nights at Freddy's. Pizza is shit. Understandable. How do I smooth this out? Hi Wombo, how you doing? Because, like, that looks fine, right? But the part that's the problem is the brown part. Which... I have another idea. I'm good. How are you doing? I'm pretty good. I'm trying to figure out how to do a thing. I essentially made this stinger. And I'm trying to make a background that looks nice. And I really like this one. This patterned and then cow print one. But I feel like I'm flashbanging, so I'm trying to change one of the... I'm trying to change one of the values so it's not as bright. Rasterize. But, like, you see how there's, like, this sharp edge? It's, like, fucking it up. I don't know how to fix it. If you have any recommendations, please let me know, because the shit is cucking me a little bit. Maybe no money, he's gonna leave him hungry. Maybe I restart. Keep it, our eyes can't take it. What? I mean the edge of the cow print? Yeah. Because I feel bad, because I feel like it's too bright. I feel like it's too bright if I were to put it like this. And I really like how the blue looks of this one. Like, I think the blue on this looks really nice. Try the blur. I'm trying the blur tool. The blur tool just kind of makes it look like ass. I'm like, hold on here. Let me turn this one off. And then if I put this back, it just kind of... Wait, go blue. See, it just kind of gives that glow effect. Maybe the smudge tool, though. We could try the smudge tool. Still does that, like, halo effect, because we don't have, like, the hard edge from... Yeah, it still kind of does that, like, halo effect. Oh, good idea. Hold on. Wait. This, and then... It's like slightly off. What the fuck? Wait, are you blurring the cow print? Or the blue layer? Both? Both, I guess? That's not so bad. It's a little off. That kind of works. It's a very big change, though. How do I make it more uniform? My alternate idea is essentially to invert these colors. But I think that'd be a lot harder. Let me just look at the effects we have. What's this do? Highlight saturation. Whoa, interesting. Hi, Shippy. Interesting. Delete. Hmm. Whites. Neutrals. Doesn't do anything. Yellows don't do anything. Cyans. Those don't do anything. The only one that affects it seems to be the white. Now, see, I like these colors. Now I just want to switch them. I don't know how though. Cuz I thought the whites would go to the white section? What color is this considered? Maybe that's why. It is considered pure white. Very weird. I do a quick color swap if you want to throw that pink. Could you please? That would be amazing, Wombo. Will you? Because my brain can't. I thought I could just do it quickly, but it's not doing the thing I want it to do. Shadows, highlights. Posterize, vibrance, exposure, threshold, curves, channel mixer. Gradient map? Whoa. Interesting. Interesting. Oh shit, how the fuck did you do that? Okay, well, Womble did it. Now I get to go test it. How'd you do that so quickly? And how does yours not look like ass cheeks? What? My brain's kind of like, whatever. This trusty fill tool, really? Hold on. I want to try the fill tool really quick as well. Okay, well, I should probably select the layer. Oh, I don't have the color select. God damn it. What's happening? Elaine? Oh. Wait, what did I do? I want to try it. Is it really that simple? Is it really that simple? Boop. Can I do the thing, please? Oh, is it because it's not a rasterized layer? Rasterize. What tolerance did you have it at? I feel like yours looks like less ass. Oops. I think it really was that simple, chat. Oops. I think it really was that simple. It really was just that shrimple. Oops. 1. Oops. Oops. Okay. I think Wombles looks less like poop. Alright, let me try this one. You can tell me that, you can tell me up. We just watching you struggle until Womble comes in. On God. On God. Womble's just got that knowledge that, I don't know. Maybe I'm just too anal. It looks so good! I like to be... You're so useful, dude. I think I kind of like this. I think I like it. I think... There's one more thing I want to add to this. Did I not put it in here? Where did I put it? It's probably in our... Much anal you are. Okay, I was gonna say, are we nodding at Wobble? We nodding at me. Okay, we're nodding at me. Okay. Where did I put the project? Art, Live 2D. Oh, it's in Art Projects, and then I just have a Live 2D folder. I forgot. Stinger. What? Oh, I never exported it because it never needed to be exported. That's right. Elaine. You in awkward silence, don't you dare look at me. Is this a transparent document? I don't think it is. Do you harp about some new? Remember how I said I'd get more bits in November? Oh goodness, already? You could hold off a little bit. What if we do something this month? We probably aren't doing anything this month. When I talk to you. Oh, there we go. That's fine. Border. I just kind of want to do a little thing where it's like add track. Put this up there. Take this guy. Oh my god! Holy shit! Thank you for... Holy shit, Echo. Holy shit. Thank you for the 1,000... Holy shit. Thank you for the 1,000 biddies. Holy fuck. I think that's the most biddies that I've ever gotten on stream. Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much. I much appreciate you. I fucking hope you're having a great-ass day. Keeping me afloat here. Holy shit, thanks. Thank you. Chat calling me out for being poor a little bit. A little bit. Unrequited, terrifying. Okay, and then opacity less. And then this also only comes in. It's only $21. Listen, I don't even have $21. Be honest, most of my money just goes to rent because I don't know where my next income's gonna come in, you know? So, we're blessed. We appreciate you. Thank you very, very much. Oh my god. Why is it not doing the thing? Oh, I can't tell because it's not here. Hold on. Color burn, color dodge, darken. I think I want to make this a little bit bigger. Or should that... I thank you! Thanks to Womble, it's fucking fire. And thanks to Star for giving us the pattern idea. And thanks to Coin for the art. And thanks to everyone in chat because I couldn't do this if it was, you know, it's a long journey this one is. Stinger. 1 second, I will look at chat in 2 seconds. I have... By the way, did you hear Art Rex on Twitter is doing a contest? Prizes you should join. What is that? Art Rex? What is this thing that you are putting in my eyeballs? Send me link, maybe? I don't know. I'm a little shy. I don't know. Never going home. Let it down. But if anyone else wants to join it, I mean, I might if I qualify, but if anyone else wants to join, you can put it in chat if you want. Thank you, Art-Rex. Let's pin this. Art-Rex. Draw Reki and Rax and the Orange Gun was $600. I feel like so many other people are gonna draw way better than me. Womble! Go join that shit, man. I know you'll do banger work. It's a group of peeps whose main thing is just advertising legit artists. Womble! You get Womble in that shit, man. Color burn. It's not doing shit. Why is this not doing shit? Ooh, I've never done a contest thing before. You don't have to. I just thought, you know, first person I thought of, really. Why isn't this doing anything? Shit, this really isn't doing anything, is it? Okay. If that's the case... Never too late to start. This is true. I keep forgetting that that doesn't work anymore. Yes. Replace with this one. I don't think it needs to be as Gaussian blurred now. Soft light. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Why is this happening? My poor little brain. Effects. Oh, let me see if I can do the thing I want to do. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do the thing I want to do. Shamir, stop motion. What the fuck does this do? Whoa! It makes it like bit ratey. That's kind of cool. That's actually kind of cool. I never noticed the eyes did that. Yeah, you jumbled my brain cell, man. Okay. My computer doesn't like me doing this. Oh, the motion blur is cool though. Wait, look at this. We hate motion blur in real life, though, to be honest. Okay, that's, like, cool as fuck. I didn't know you could do that. I saw it. I saw it. Drop shadow. Turn off. Again. Oh my god, that drop... Dude, that drop shadow adds so much to it. Hold on. Drop shadow strength. Oh, wait, then I don't need to do this. Wait. Oh. Not that blue. I need to borrow the brain cell for class. Can you hand it over? Go. Yeah, Echo might have damaged it severely, but you know. Dude, this is perfect. So shadow strength. I want a color that works well for all, so maybe we do like a gray instead. How does that look? I need all the brain cells right now. You can have mine. What the fuck? No, I don't want both. I just want one of them, please. Delete track. And then delete track. Use one when you're happy. You're happy when you're dumb. It's true. Ignorance is bliss. Just want to make sure one more time. Oh, I want to see the stop motion just one more time because that was cool. What's watercolor do? Oh, interesting. Stop motion was really cool. That's actually so cool. What the fuck? So if I extend it, does it like fix the thing where it like... That's actually really cool. I didn't know it did that. That's actually so cool. I kind of want to look at it again. That's actually really cool. I didn't know you could do effects like that in this. Do I like the motion blur? I feel like the motion blur adds just that little bit. Like, this is really clean, and then, like, maybe we don't have too much, just a little bit. Can you tell the difference? Okay. A little bit more. Can we, like, loop it, please? I think I want... Or do I want motion trails instead? Maybe motion trails is too much. Oh, Jesus Christ, motion trails is too much. Just a little bit of that motion blur. I think that looks nice. I don't know what texture pop does. I don't want that one. Don't want that one. Ever a dream that wasn't a nightmare, but you woke up thinking, "What the fuck?" Yeah, that's most of my nightmares. Most of my nightmares I don't get upset about, but they're kind of like, "Oh fuck, okay, well that's great." That was spooky, or I'm just kind of like whatever about it. If I have stress nightmares, though, stress nightmares are nightmares that are completely possible, like they could happen, and that's what is stressful about it. Then it's kind of like, yeah, bro, that fucks me up, and I'm like, what the fuck? I think it's cute. I think it's perfect. Holy shit, dog! Dog, I think we made it! I think we made a stinger! Holy shit, dude. That's cool as fuck. I'm gonna have to render this after stream, so I don't think my computer could handle it on stream. And also, I can't render it right now, because if I render it right now, I will use it right away. We need sound effects! I think when I wink, I should do a little blink. Twinkle, 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 twinkle. Do we have twinkle? QRS. Wink. I don't know what a wink noise sounds like. Yay, dude, I'm so excited. Thank you guys for fucking cheering me on. Holy shit. My weirdest dream is me being 2 inches tall and being chased by an origami giant. That's cool. Yeah, damn! Do you like it? Do you think it's cool? I like this one. It's like a twing. Hold on, I'll play it for you guys. So, yeah. Okay, not that one. Not yet. Not yet. We'll do the edit in a second. New folder, sound effects. Close this guy. Download MP3 to Stinger. Sound effects save. Winkou. It's gotta be like... Okay, that's not bad, I think. I think it needs to... Can I make it faster? Can I make this faster? Semitone, sense, pan, volume, pitch, equalizer. I don't know if I can make this sound faster. Hold on. Yeah, I wish it was a little. Can you? Let me look it up. Speed up audio DaVinci Resolve. Right click. Change clip speed. Let's do it like. I feel like 150. Aw, save me, I got sucked into Dia de los Muertos TikToks, now I'm sobbing. Hey, that's a good place to be on all places on TikTok. Okay, I think that's a good. And then I want like a. Should we do like a whoosh? Like a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Or just a whoosh. And then a whoosh. Maybe like a. Maybe a whoosh somewhere. Maybe this one. Stay in there. I like it. Stay in there. Okay, so
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
the long way.
Peanut butter jelly the long way.
The long way. This could be a little bit louder, I think. Okay, do I want the additional whooshes here? Whoosh. 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 What happened? I don't like that whoosh. But it's sad. The pet one. Oh, whoosh. Oh, whoosh. Okay, I might try this one instead for the whoosh. It's also shorter, so that might be better. Okay, and then here. How about one that goes whoosh? What is that different than my whooshes? It's like the same. Because then at the end we have the long whoosh. A whoosh. I want a little huh? Like a little huh? Okay, that went into the little. It's gonna. Like a little maybe? No. Okay, I think I need you guys to listen to this with me. Hold on. I need your guys' input because I think I'm actually good with it, but I want your guys' input because it's most important to me. I wonder if putting like a little meow for like Moira would be good in here. Do I have a video of Moira meowing? I probably do. She's not meowing in that one. Not this one. Guys are gonna hear me talk to my cat. She has a little that I want. I don't know if I've ever recorded it though. Good. At least one of us is, apparently Hell's not good. At least one of us is. I have one bracelet and she checks out after work. Mood. I don't know if I have a video of her. Let me filter this. Sort. Cancel. Okay, never mind. Apparently the Twitch notification. That's valid. I don't know if I have one of her meowing. I have one of her when she baby. No, she baby. She not do that this one. My baby used to be so tiny. Sorry, my phone is in front of my face tracking, so if I look a little weird, I'm sorry. Do I not have one of her meowing? Maybe I can catch her doing it. Hold on, I'll be right back. Okay, she wasn't in the spot she was supposed to be. She's like in the closet. She doesn't murp when I visit her in the closet. She'll murp at me if I'm like, if I'm meeting her at like the patio door, she'll murp at me. Has anyone seen the new fish scientists discovered? The pink bumpy snailfish? Yes! I don't like how bumpy he is though. He triggers my tryptophobia a little bit. Alright, hold on. I gotta look at my videos of my cat now. That's her in a box. No. How about this one? She gonna murp? I talk to her all the time, so it's kind of crazy that I just don't have ugly in a cute way. Yeah, can we eat it? No, probably not. Maybe. No, no murpies in that one. What about this one? No, no murpies. She only do murpies when say hello. About this one. Cause we have ones where she's kind of like whining. Feels bad in mouth. What if? But what if when you eat it, it like, cause maybe how you cook it, it gets smooth. No morphing in that one. I don't want to use another cat. I feel like a cheater if I use another cat, you know? Sometimes she'll meow when she plays. No morpies. Guess not. No merpies. I don't think I have any merps, chat. I don't eat fish anyway. Yeah. Yeah. She merps a lot, but we just don't record it. I was trying to, like, get her to merp in the closet. Maybe she has one here? Just me talking to her. I know, man. Yeah, I don't think I do. Y'all can experiment. It do look a little chewy. Could be. I think that's good. I think that's good, yeah. Yeah, probably. Alright, TikTok template. Edit. TikTok template. Let's do this one. File, save project as. Okay. Also, what is a lichmera? A lich and a chimera. You ever heard of a lich? You ever heard of a chimera? I'm that. Okay, this one. I'm to be singing the blue. I think I liked a video last night. Do I want to do the fall song or do I want to do a different song? Hold on. Can you pass it to those bitches? Sorry. You guys are gonna hear my TikTok. Do. Not that one. Not that one. I favorite it. Thing, huh? Okay. A lich is something that can't, like, is undead and very powerful. A chimera is something that can change forms or has multiple different animals that it can turn into. I forgot what I was looking for. Okay, okay, I remember. This one. It was this one. Where is it? Minecraft, tattoos, I like stuff. Things to do is bit, photography stuff, unfair voice acting. Where's my TikTok? Oh, I think that's on my other account, so I'll just put it in Happy Talk. Okay, cool. Happy Talk. Damn, 5 out of 8 already? Maybe I gotta lower that shit back down, huh? Okay, I need the audio from this TikTok. editing. Twitch. TikTok. Nope. Nope. Saying I think if I were out of the weight as well. Alright, well, it's only been 5 days, so maybe I will bring it down to 1. Determination, I only have 1 for normals, and the streamer 1 so far. No legendary yet. Valid. You can do exclamation point BB set 2. Okay, well, now you have 5 out of 8. Okay, I will lower it. Edit. Maybe I'll just lower by 1. I think it's at 6. Settings. It's at 6. 7. It's doing it twice because I have it open. What am I doing? It should be 5. Save. Or, actually, what's the ones for these 3? 10? Okay, let's keep this at 6. So I like how often these appear. Maybe these can appear a little bit less. So we'll put these at 9. Right there. Alright. Okay. This one. Y'all want to hear a fun fact about the ocean? I'd love to. Yeah, I just have one of the streamers left, and then the legendary is valid. Actually, this is kind of peak. This is kind of peak. Chat, you can't hear this, but this is actually kind of peak. Okay, that's a good part. Wait, is this part? It scares me. That's the fun fact. Wow, okay, that is a fun fact. Okay, where is it? Okay, I think it's really just this part. Battle of the Ocean terrifies us. We know less about it than the stars. Why does it feel like I've heard you say the same thing 3 times? Me? Oh, because you did. Hold on. Because I didn't put this back on ignore. There you go. That's why. Now you'll only hear me once. Fun fact about me, I want to build a dream ship and sail around the world while keeping all my creature comforts. So internet, VR, great bathroom comfort. I believe. With today's technology, I believe. I hear you, the music, the audio, and the stream. I have in the background noise. I got it. I turned it off. Don't worry. You only got me once now. No duplications. Alright. Link clips. I'm cooking. don't know if I want to keep the spacing on it. Careful out there, Elaine. What do you mean? I'm just right here. I'm not going anywhere. Just a little bit less. I want to split this in half. Oh! I'm just saying I kind of cooked here. I kind of cooked here. Okay, you want to hear it? Hold on. I muted it because you guys could hear me multiple times. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. I think I'm kind of cooking here. Browser. Okay, ready? Are you guys ready? Have you heard these 3 word phrase today? What? I'm just saying, I think I kind of cooked a little bit. I might fade this out a little bit. I might modify how this sounds just a wee bit more. I'm snapping. You can't hear it, but I'm fucking snapping. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. I said that like on Monday because it was so true, and I had that moment. There's some moments on stream where I say things and I'm like, damn, that resonated with me. And it's how I feel about you guys. I love you guys so much. Like, I genuinely love you guys. I genuinely care about your guys' life and care about what you guys have to say. Oh my god. Sorry. Trailer sent me a picture of a cow. But yeah. I'm glad I get to share this lifetime with you guys. It's my first and my only chance at life. You know? So, I'm glad I get to spend it with you. Alright. You're gonna hear me edit this whole thing. Because you can. I don't want the trippy clouds as much. What is romantic to me? I think this flower one's pretty meh. I'm just a guy on the internet. Yeah, but I care about you. Doesn't mean I care about you any less than you're just a guy. I'm just a gal. I'm just a gal on the internet, and you're lending me your time, and that means a fuck ton. I think I want a different flower one. Let's go to Canva. Okay, you guys have heard it. I'm gonna mute it now, and then you can just have me. Cool guy on the internet, exactly. Flower. What if our souls get transferred to another universe when we die, and that the light we see when we die is us being born? I definitely want to be in a fantasy world with magic. I believe. I have no doubt that that's a possibility for you. Or like maybe sunrise? What if everyone gets the afterlife they believe in? Pretty cool. I personally, I believe in reincarnation. And that I will find you guys again in the next life. What imagery do I want to use? I like this one a lot. One, two. Some people would just stop existing. Yeah. Two. I might change that one. One, two. Oh, please. Bonk, bonk, link, clips. How did I look in this part of the clip, though? My problems when you don't exist, this is true. Let's look at more nature. Let's just look at nature. Did I use that one? I did. My God, guys, chat. Elaine, after a long time of waiting, my boyfriend and I have officially confirmed we're... Woo! Let's go! I'm so excited for you. I hope the place is cute and you can decorate it. Oh, nice. I'm proud of you. Congratulations, Chaotic. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Let's see. Can we do like a single flower? Single flower. And paint. And finally... Ah! We finally can game together? Fuck yeah. What if I look up golden hour? Golden hour. Kind of like this one. Download. Download, and then put it in here. So now it goes. Okie dokie. Okay, what else do I want to put in here? What's this one? Sure, we'll save it in here, actually. Clips, Psycho Killer, Kiss Say. I can also get a kitty, not ready yet, but I could, you could. Like Elaine. Hold on, this is a little off. And I think... What about that? Ooh, guys, this is kind of fire. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't even to dig a hole to hell in my property. I mean, you have free will. You technically could do it. You have free will. There's just consequences. You could. You just, like I said, there's just consequences. It's like so abrupt. Is that I love you. Apparently just cause is a viable reason. You still technically could if you wanted to. I'm gonna bring this down just a little bit. I'm gonna zoom this in on me a bit more. Go killer. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Okay, now I gotta look up edits on TikTok and what fonts they use. I still think I should use a pretty font. Let me look at this really quick. I kind of like this one. I can pay for 1,000 bits, not a lawsuit. That's fair, but I'm just saying you technically could, you know? Oh, it's right here. Okay, and then I want to use... What font do I want to use? We have a really pretty font. I just don't remember what it is. I'm not mad at Afterglow. You think Sacrifice Pit would work? Maybe. I love you. Yeah, I think I like that one. That's not bad. What the fuck? Okay. Bin, text plus, transcribe audio. Default. Take everything I say with a grain of salt. The only thing I don't want you to take for a grain of salt. I'll label my land as trash dump. The government is usually fine with bearing. Elaine, I don't trust anything that you have to say. I'd be like, what? Fair. But. Fair. But. That is that I love you. Okay. Default. This one. Women send tweet. Woman send tweet? Are you talking about the tweet? What? Are you talking about the cow that you sent me? The cute little minotaur? I think me woman. Alright, delete empty tracks. Need this to be a lot taller. This to be shorter. This to be shorter. Delete empty tracks. And then this will stay on here till here. Used all my brain cells, need more? You think you'll find any here? I mean, the one that I have isn't being used. I don't believe, so if you want mine. What's a woman? I'm a woman. Me am woman. Everything. Okay, take everything. You guys are silly. I say. You're a woman? I would hope so, but you ain't scary. Not all women are scary. Oh, this one. I want this one. Tristan, Elena's women. Yep. I say apply. Mistake you for aside from. I'm not scary, you goobers. And assault. Be lying if I told you that. I say. Oh, the river running right into you with. Also, you guys obviously know what a woman is. You were born. You've had female teachers. A good watch recommendation? What genre? If it's a movie, I would dare say Sinners. It's a really good movie if you have Apple TV. Take everything I say. Actually, let's do it this way. Oh, I can't. I see. Don't assume my life is normal? Okay, well, don't assume that women are scary! Wow! You don't have to be born from a woman. SMH, not very woke of you. Okay, oh, so are you saying that women can't be teachers? That's not very woke of you. Wow, Uno Reverse. That's on HBO. Oh, yeah, true. Women don't exist in my world until now. That sounds like a band, brother. That sounds like a band. If I don't exist, then that sounds like a band. Green. A grain of salt. There's a with. I know. I'm just saying it's very silly. Cause then in a different sense you're saying that I'm not a woman, which I would very much like to argue. And that's also not woke. You were saying ban, didn't realize I was being threatened. You know what? How I feel about this behavior? You know how I feel about this behavior, Pixels? I feel like a timeout is necessary. Green. Because, I'm gonna be honest, I feel my ladiness is being a bit disrespected right now. So. Over. A grain of. Is this salt? Salt? Thank you, Pixels! I would also like to come clean. I am, in fact, also a woman. Oh my god! I know. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That conversation topic made me big uncomfortable. I'm gonna be honest. Because it's like, obviously women exist. And we're not, like, crazy. Especially that you come from Naomi's chat. So, Green. Wait, did you ban him or did you? Okay, you timed him out. Okay, I was sorry. Sorry, I just can't read. What do you think I could? When you think I can ban all the chat? No, I don't think you can ban all the chat. I just wanted to be sure because it's not that serious. I was just a bit uncomfortable with the conversation topic. Cause like, it's like me being like, oh my god, men exist? I heard that they're all stinky and stupid. Not same, but similar. Also, I think I'm doing this in the worst way possible. Okay, I just have to place these words right, because these words are not right. A grain of and I don't mean to be a prick. I just don't really know how to talk. I heard ban all chat, lol. No, okay, so what happened in my perspective is that chat was like, women don't exist, and I'm like, or like women exist? Oh my god, I heard they're like pretty but very scary. I'm like, women obviously exist and they're not all scary. Yeah, goobs. I don't really know how to retort that of like being like, but nuh-uh. It's like, but I'm a woman. I think I would know as a woman. I think I would know. And so, yeah. The only thing I don't. Only thing. Boop. My thing. Boop. And I'm sorry if that soured the mood. I just didn't know how to respond, and I appreciate your kindness and patience with me. Boop. The only thing. Oh, fuck. Can I do it like this? You are a streamer. Still. The only thing. Does that still work? No, that doesn't work. Okay. Thank you, Echo. I don't. Oh wait, no, this is fine. This just needs to scoot over. Oops. I don't. Oops. Oh my god. Thank you guys. I appreciate ya. Don't want. Boop, 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 boop. You to take. It's like every 3 words. Hold on. Could I fit 3 words? Because that would make this a lot easier than trying to do what I'm trying to do. Snap captions. 3. Default. Oh, boop. 8 Sue for dinner. I don't know if I'm still hungry or not. Sue makes weird dinner to gauge hunger. That's valid because it's liquid. Sometimes adding bread or having a small sandwich helps. Oh, yes. Because you can soak up, you can sop up the good shit. Off topic, but I recently had a streamer call me Moon instead of Moonlit or Echo. Realized I like that better. Bet. No problem, Moon. I got ya. Okay, I like that a lot better. I got you, Moon. No sweat. Moon is a good name as well, so totally get that. I just want the zoom. Does it still say 4? I don't like this one either, actually. I don't think I want the pop. I think that's the thing. Maybe this one? Wiggle. I wonder why. It's just well-rounded, maybe. It doesn't have any harsh letters in it. I go by what the streamer reads my name because I don't know if there's a canon reading in the source material. Well, what do you don't have like any preference? You have not any preference for like how it's said? Oh, I wanted it to be white. Okay. I just want to delete this one. Delete. Alright, let's try this. Workspace, workflow, snap captions. Text plus this one, select track, subtitle 1. 2, let's do 2. Default. Take everything. I say width. I need width. Width. That's the only thing I don't want. Grouping. This one. This one. Will fight to the death. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh my gosh! Thank you for the 3 stream streak. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. I think any slight preference I may have is outweighed by the music, seeing all the different attempts. That's valid. Lil No Momoke is Zenona. I'm crashing out, win or lose. Just like you. Shocking. Create. See how I feel about this. I will squish this off to the side. I think I like that. And then make it a little bit bigger. Fix this. Scoot this a little bit. And then we'll take this. Okay. Now I realize we're PFP too. They match. Oh, I think my stuff's lagging again. Don't lag, please. Face tracking. There we go. And most effort someone's got into. They should, because we love you. This one. Shading, this one, white. love. I don't mind doing that. It's not the worst. Everything. I will set this to blue. Take everything. The grainness. Grain of salt. The only thing. Word only. Only. I don't. You. Okay, wait, how does this look? Maybe say. The word say. You. And green. Salt. Boop. Boop. Oh my goodness! Thank you for the tier 1 sub! Oh my god. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Fuck ads. On God. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Like, I don't want to do this for all of these, but I will. Lane. I don't. Knowing shit's true. Anything. Trust. Is the word I want. Trust. That you. Be. You. Be. You know what? Know what? Okay. Know what? But. And I'll do another one on top because I want it for the word fight. Fight. I fight. And then death. Oops. Death. For the one. boop. Oh, and that is that. This one. This one. Milkclubmedia is a great name. Huh? 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 Oops, oh my god. I love you. This one apply. That. Said I'm a milk homie now. Oh yeah! Yeah, you are a milk homie. You are a milk homie. Everybody that saw has become a milk homie. Okay, I think that's good. I think I did it. Wait, more emotes now. Yeah, you can use all my emotes. My emotes are pretty cool. Alright, I'm done with that for now. But for now, I mean like for today. And for today, I mean by this week. Shall we? Teehee. Okay. Do I have to rename them? But I'll rename it after I render it. Edit labels, render. I will render them to model, and then let's see. Instead of that, it will be edit dash. You know I love you. Okay. All right. Now it's time for Minecraft. Dun dun. You guys ready for some Minecraft? I know I am. Who wants to bet whether CurseForge makes my pee-pee soft? Do you want to bet? It was in a pocket. I'm so smart. Yep. You want to bet whether CurseForge makes my dip? Okay. Yo, you and chat.
No, they haven't done what you want.
Oh, you wanna click it for me? Click the refresh. Just click the reload page.
Not gonna happen. My guess is tomorrow.
My guess is fucking in 3 days, because that would be my luck.
Last time it went into manual, it didn't take that
It
long.
didn't go into. It never went into manual.
I thought one of the first times you did, because you had trouble the very first time.
Maybe with the very first mod pack that I did personally, but it's been a while. Thank you for the lurk, Mew.
Because it definitely went into manual review before, but it took like a day.
Okay, well, that's the hope and prayer.
But it's probably not happening now, because I doubt there's anyone working.
They do have work hours. They do. Did you know that? CurseForge.
That surprises me.
Yeah, how long did it take? They have it in their Discord, but I refuse to join it because I'm lazy. I actually might already be in it. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Stay Wednesday.
Today is Wednesday.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, probably. Sorry, that was kind of gross. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You like this song? I'm gonna turn it up. There you go. It's the max. Put it to the max. I'm like moving my mic because I don't like where it's sitting. I don't like where my mic is sitting. Nice burp, thank you. Pixels, remember the burp command. Hold on, I just want to see. It shouldn't be a total of 1. Why is it? Okay. Why though? That's the problem. It's because it's not saving it. Which means I have to go into... Not that one. You guys want a hug command? I was gonna make a hug command today. I totally forgot about that. Hold on. Copy, save, commands. This one's gonna go over there. Check in. Tracker pulled out a Twitch username. User ID. Oh, it's the check-in. File name check-in data. Load number, trigger pull, load. Yes, okay. I'll do that right now then. While I fix the burp. Save. Number, file name. Burp data. Section key. No, save number burp counter. And then it's not loading the burp counter? Is that what the problem is? Tools, Sammy, where is it? Burp counter, yes. So it's got to load it. It needs to load. Load number, burp name, count number, this one. Burp num, this one. So now if I run it. Okay. It should at least be 3. Okay, so this one will be hug. Twitch username. Grab username. How does it grab the person that they're adding? Trigger pull data. Paste. Trigger pull data. Twitch. Hug E. And then this is hug E. Pull value. How does it do it? We have it in the lurk command. Hold on. I think it's Twitch lurk user argument number 0. Thanks for the lurk. We'll miss you, but have fun argument. Are these lag spikes? Are these lag spikes just me? What are you talking about? Is there a lag in stream? Is my stream lagging? Because it's probably just me. What? Select human. Is this not on before? Okay. Ah, this is a pretty cool place to spawn. Okay, I'm just gonna leave that there for now. Copy. Don't matter, it's over now. Okay. Well, it matters a little bit. Commands. Paste. Argument. Arg. Huggy. Hug. Type. Array name. Hug type. Vibes position. Hug type position range. Test hug. Oh, I crashed it. God damn it. No. What? I thought I crashed it. What's happening? Okay, let's turn these off. And just do... If it's grabbing it, it should say test hug. I'm trapped on the couch because my roommate fell asleep on me, so now I'm watching from my phone. Well, hello, Fruit. And I hope your roommate's sleeping well. Okay, so... I forgot what... Cancel this one. Days. Twitch username. Oh my god, they were roommates? I don't care if your roommate is a person or a pet, that's just adorable. That's just, I know, right? Username. Given a hug. Run. Undefined is given a hug. maincoow hug. Okay, so a vibes adjective So then we turn a adjective hug type vibes. Vibes position. Hold on. Okay, so this was vibes. Oops. Position, okay. Okay. No. Okay, so it will just automatically. Okay. Trigger data variable. Trigger pull data. Twitch username. Oh, maybe this needs to just be Twitch username. Oh. 20 hindsight, everybody wants one. Vibes position, arrange object, various want to save everybody else. Vibes, 0. Let's give it a undefined hug. Okay, so this should be hug. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Thank you. Okay, why did it break? Maybe if we do it like this instead. Over it all. Not to retaliate like before. Not we gonna play for no. Delete button. This one. Which username? Bless you. Thank you. If I just change this to hugs, like, will that break anything? It shouldn't. So it should be the same exact thing, but with hugs. Fatal error, button in command get button variable error action number 1 event objective active. What? No. Confused. Hold on. Edit triggers, daily vibe check. This is a Twitch chat. Delete Twitch chat. Chat message, hug. And then I think it's star save. Actually, edit triggers. We're just gonna do it as exclamation point hug. Exclamation point hug. It didn't go off. Okay. Save. Save. No. Twitch username hug. Hug E. Yeah, I just replaced all the word hugs with vibe. So why does that make it upset? Test. Save. That doesn't make sense. It triggers, delete, chat message, hug, case sensitive. No, turn that off. So save. Save. Command line 3. What's wrong with command line 3? What? Leave button. So this should work by itself, right? No, it broke. Wait, but this one works, right? That one works. Okay. This is very confusing. Save. Oh, it suppressed the automatic reopening. What do you mean, man? No. They both have that? /n. Save, run? Huh? Why is it when I change the name it breaks? Open variable one now, edit commands. That shouldn't be happening. ID 59. A button ID. Wait. Is it because of this? And then if I make this hug, it'll work? Hug. Oops. Like. This undefined person seems very lovely. I know, right? Hug button. Semi OS type deck name Twitch redeems button ID 59. Command name get okay, no. Hug button. Save. Get button variable command line 3 error and selecting a number. That doesn't make sense. So if I run it, okay, that's fine. But like, okay, that doesn't actually make a lot of sense. But okay. What the fuck? What? The print screen stuff isn't happening. My computer be borking. My computer be borking, chat. I don't know why, but it'd be borking. Okay, so let's just make a new one then. Cancel. Delete. Create button. Call it hug. It's gonna grab trigger pull data. Twitch username. And then I'm just gonna copy. Paste. Put this lower. Test adjective. And turn this off though. And then we're gonna add send a chat message. Actually, can we do pop-up message instead, so it's not flooding the chat. Test, save, run. Okay, I'm calm now. I'm glad. Was it web fishing? Did web fishing help? Okay, so do I have a file in Sammy called Hugs or something? Or Vibes? Nope, okay. Let's copy array random, paste, copy, get button, remove button. Oh, maybe that's the problem? Oh, I think I know the problem. Paste, button ID 55, 95 vibes. This is test. Test. Tests. Gonna be the same test. No wife help me? I'm glad. Okay, save. And then this one. Okay, save. Save, run. Get. Am I missing something? Button ID, get variable position. Says test. No. So be Twitch name has hugged friend. Save, run. Twitch username has hugged friend. Why is it giving me the 4084 though in the beginning? Okay. What if I did hug? Undefined has what? Blank save on 5649 has blank hugged friend. Okay, so let me just grab the word vibes again. Vibes. Parse object vibes. Respect boolean is off. This one. Vibes delay. Button ID is ID. Get button variable vibes. Oh! I fixed it. I don't know how I fixed it, but I fixed it. So this would be hugs. Hugs. Save run? Yes. Adjectives for types of hugs. How often? Blank hug, extra hug, light hug, tremendous hug. Tremendous. Just wait, what about it in past tense? For hugged. Adjective for hugged. Like bear hug. Has bear hugged. Okay, I guess we'll do A. A. send a okay, so it'd be this one, 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 this one. Hugs, save. A tremendous hug. Warm hug. A bear hug. Bear, warm, loving. Or we'll do friendly instead of loving because a sympathetic. A cute aggression filled hug. I could do that one. Sympathetic. A cute aggression filled hug. A chill hug. A compassionate hug. A reassuring hug. A gentle hug. An empathetic hug. A comforting hug. An empowering hug. I don't need a lot of these words. Quirky, playful, and tentative. Just really goodbye hug, a grateful hug. Can I not make this longer? I guess not. Driven, dynamic, artistic, playful. I think comforting. I just for a hug. A comprehensive guide. Desperate. A long hug. We can do a long hug. A long hug. Warm, tight, gentle. Soft, firm, cozy. I like these. A soft hug. Soft hug. Bear hug. A brief hug. A backpatting hug. A shoulder hug. A full body hug. A one arm hug. Loving, comforting, reassuring. Reassuring. Supportive. A slimy hug. Well, not everybody's slimy. That's also why I'm avoiding the word lovingly, because not everybody technically loves each other. Word force, a genuine, a healing hug, and a nurturing hug. I like those two. Oh, I wrote the word slimy, you bum. You made me write the word slimy because I was thinking about it. I wanted to put the word supportive. I can't say words and type them at the same time because I'll just end up typing the word I write. The word I say. Just type healing. I don't think the word healing. An awkward hug. Healing. I think awkward would be valid. Nurturing. And we'll do awkward as the last one. Awkward. Save. Run. Project has given a nurturing hug. maincoow hug. Okay, cool. So this now goes here. We delete this. Save. Run. Oh, that's why. Twitch username. Twitch. Get Twitch channel, events.get StarHard train. What is it? Pull value. Oh, it's just user underscore name. Username, save, run. Okay. Has given. And then if I want it to be the word that comes after, we gotta pull the wild card. So I need to copy this. Have a fun. Okay. Save. Paste. Put this after. has given, and then arg. How are you gonna use this command? Okay, so it'll be multiple ways technically. Well, I gotta go into lurk because the lurk has the if statement copy. Save. Paste. Okay, so argument. Cancel. Yes. Paste. Okay. So this will go here. Go up. Go up. Argument. Okay, so if arg equals that has given everyone, or given chat a hug. So a hug is just chat a hug. And then if it's this one, so undefined has given undefined a hug. So if I did hug moonlit echo, it should do it. It should do it, but I forgot the thing. Edit triggers. Twitch chat. It should be a hug. Save. So now if I do it. You're making me look bad. Hug? You're making me look bad! Edit triggers. Allow him to idle card, exclamation point, lurk. Oh, is there something that I'm missing from this? Username, arg value equals 0. Okay. That's what it has in here, right? Or does it need to grab it sooner? It might need to grab it sooner. Okay. Now, hug. maincoow has given chat a soft hug. And now if I do this one, maincoow has given Moonlight Echo a soft hug. Fuck yeah, I did it. Why is it only saying soft though? I don't know, it probably will figure itself out. There we go. I did it. Edit appearance. I have to go to the bathroom really quick. Save. Edit appearance. God dang it. Save. Yay! Big dubs. Thank you. I figured that out all by myself. I'm very proud of myself. Is Crimbo streaming? I'm just lurking. I'm just lurking. Don't mind me. I'm just lurking in people's chats. I'll lurk in Howlett's stream. I was already lurking in Howlett's stream. I'll lurk in BZ stream. Okay. Really quick. I gotta get my thoughts together. Okay, we're gonna play Minecraft. Now that I figured that out. Oh, I was gonna add it to my... That's what I wanted to do. I wanted to add it here. Just do it like this. Oh, cool. It is random. Fuck yeah, cool. Edit. Oh, I have so many commands. Oh, well. Subgift. Check today's word. Help Elaine. Subjob pronouns. Oh, it doesn't say because it's different. Hug. Hug, chat, or a friend. Thanks, Nox. True! Goober. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm going to the restroom. Thank you for the song request. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Okay, now hug in the digital chat-based world, you can. Everybody can have a hug now. No, that wrong one. Okay, let me just save this to make sure it's all good. Laughed. Okay. Big gamer screen. There you go. There you go. Why does it do that? What? Oh, it's because it's not full screen, huh? Okay, hold on. There you go. Okay, that was a little scary, but we're okay now. Thank you for the hug. I'm happy I suggested an awkward hug. It's hilarious. Fuck yeah. I think it's very fair, because not everyone's confident in their hugs. Oh my god, my mic just, like, slipped. Mic? Okay. Alright. I mean, this is kind of a cool This is kind of a cool, like, spiral. What was the thing that Sim said, though? It was... World border set. 10,000? 10,000? I think. Dude, like, imagine the Milk Club, like, being here, and then, like, we have, like, a boat. This big-ass boat. It's kind of cool. Can I up my render distance? To 20 chunks? Squeeze you, then you squeeze the life out of me with a bear hug. That's how it is sometimes. What the fuck is this? What's up? Oh. Damn, what the fuck? This is cool. It's like a thing above a thing. It's cool. It's actually really cool. I just want to see if I can find the border of the world. I want me a home on top of that hill? On top of this? I could see that. Honestly, I'm actually quite excited about how the World 1 world gen is. Dude, the underneath of this, hold on, let me get a torch. Cause I can't see for shit. Let me get a torch. Dude, what the fuck is this? Dude, there's so many things that are gonna spawn underneath here. Okay. I'm really curious about how the world looks. Wait, did you make a hug command? I just did that before I took a bathroom break, yeah. Because I had the idea about it last night to make a hug command that randomizes the type of hug. But I didn't make it so I'd be weird, like a loving hug. Because not, you know, love is a big word. To give big people bear hugs, I'm weak enough to where it usually is a perfect pressure. I have been complimented on my hugs a lot. Bear hugs are the way to go, honestly. Alright, I'm also, like, preloading the world in a way. Cougar. Hello, Mr. Cougar. How much is 10,000 blocks? Oh, 10,000 blocks is a lot. Oh my god, 10,000 blocks is a lot. Actually, 10,000 blocks is, like, a lot, actually. What the fuck? That's creepy. I'm gonna wait for the world to load a bit. Honestly, I think when I was told 10,000, I was thinking of, like, 1,000. I typically don't give people bear hugs. I'm large enough to where it's usually way too much pressure. I've been complimented on my hugs a lot because those who don't Man. Wait, how do we join the server? You don't join the server yet. So currently we're waiting for CurseForge to approve the mod. No, okay. Well, I'm clicking the wrong things. Once this, right? Fucking Jesus Christ. Once this gets approved, then people can start joining the server. I also need to find a world spawn, so it gives me a little bit of time to prepare. Because I have to do that, and then I also want to make a default book, so you're not getting the fucking... How many books is this? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... Fucking, like, 12-ass books. So you can start with, like, a book that has all of the books. I just gotta figure out where I want spawn to be. So I'm kind of picky. God damn, 10,000 blocks is actually a lot. Because I was thinking 1,000 blocks, I think, at first. Which would only go to about here. Which I think is what I initially thought. But 10,000 is actually quite a bit. What's that? What is this? Oh, it's a flower. Oh, cool. Honestly, if you need help building the spawn up, let me know. Oh, for sure. In the last server, we had it to where, like, I had, like, an actual, like, spawn, like, you know, like the, like a fucking community spawn hub. Like, I tried to do, like, one of these kind of things. In my head. One of these things. That's too much for one little lady. It was way... And how I liked it before was that originally... What the fuck? Originally it was like... I started giving bear hugs. That's how my dad is. He started suffocating instead of letting him know. I thought... Instead of letting him know, I thought... That's valid. Instead what I did before is I had, like, my home, and then everyone would spawn at my house, and then you could build wherever. You don't have to build near me. Oh my god, there's a guy right there. I just want to go... Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, I'm gonna go out to 10,000. Go... Set tele... Oh. Well, I crashed the server. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Teleport here. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, not that. Oh, what's broken? Oh, flower? You teleport underground, apparently. I'm gonna wait for this area to load. I think I'm lagging the server. How bad am I lagging the server right now? Hold on. Let me be in this, because I have to hide a thing. It's not that bad. Oh, well, it's a little bad, but it's not the worst. Also, BLT, come here. Right around, baby, right around. Just don't understand why it's not. Am I in spectator? What game mode am I in? Oh! Oh! What's happening? What's happening? What happened? Okay, this is the... Bonk. Bonk. Oh, it does a 5,000 by 5,000 square. Oh! Can I, like, remove this? Can I hide this from myself? Can I hide that from myself? Okay. Oh, okay. 5,000. 5,000's still a lot, though. Okay. Good to know. Look at that little crab. Look at this chieftain crab. I'm actually really excited about this world. I'm gonna set it to daytime, though, just so I can see. Okay. I want to completely uncover everything, because that makes it not as fun. Teleport to waypoint. How close is... Chomp. Chompa chompa. I think it would be cool if this was in the distance of my home, because then you guys could spawn in, and loot is instance, correct? Yes, loot is instance per person. Each person can loot this differently. Sorry, sir. So I think it'd be a cool thing. I'm actually kind of surprised if I actually want to, like, build here. Do we have any... Thank you for the cheek pamp. I'm on this side. There's a fucking thing right there. I want a good spot to build. So you're finally awake. Yes. The mod pack isn't available just yet, but it will be very soon. This motherfucker. Well, it's a little bit high off. I'm very particular about where I build my home. That's why I'm, like, also kind of going in and doing first looksies. I think this is a very cool area to start. Because, like, just the way that this is. What about if my home was here? What if my home was here? I'd have that ugly thing, but that's not the worst. I don't like this fog. That's just a me thing, though. Fog options, fog off, apply. Oh my god, that changes, like, everything. Oh my god. Holy shit. Okay, maybe maybe a little bit of fog. Maybe just a little bit of fog. Overall fog density, like 20. That's very dense. Like 5? Morning fog off? Underwater. It's at 5. It's still pretty foggy, though. That's like a stark difference. I'd like a weird place. Yeah, you could probably find a weird place. Damn. Okay. I should have maybe got other shaders, but that's okay. Colors, brightness, contrast. Can we do a little bit less contrast? That's a little bit more contrasty. I don't think these are the ones that I normally use. I don't think volumetric. 2D volumetric? These are not the shaders that I normally use. Hold on. Where is my Curse Forge? That's not what I wanted. Boop. Curse. Not that one. Beyond the Barn. Open folder. I thought it was Silder's Vibrant. Can I reset them? Can I reset these? Reset. Okay, that's just what it looks like. Okay, this is not the... Okay, that was very scary. Ah, stop. Dude, don't do that. Don't do that. Do anything. Don't do that. Okay. Yeesh, these are much. Yeah, I'm sorry. Stop it. I just want atmosphere, fog off. Okay, fog on. Pack settings, lighting, material, camera. Bloom vignette, bloom strength. I want it to be a little bit more saturation-y. Okay. Okay, I'm good now. Hugs are the best form of intimacy because you can give it to almost everyone you love and still have it acceptable, unlike kissing. This is true. This is true. I don't know where I want to build. Building here isn't bad, but it's kind of plain. I wonder... Is there anything across the water from this? You want to kiss everyone you love? I do. On the head. Oh, did you put it in the fridge? Hold on. Wow, that's a big fish. That is a big fish. Am I good at going? I went in a circle. Dude, this is really cool. But I don't want to fucking terraform the land. Cause that's silly. Can the world map show the... Can Zero's world map show world boundary? Zero's world map show boundary? I don't think so. I kissed my sister on the head. Now she's all grown up. Yup. I just think this is cool. Maybe there's something over here that I could work with. Now it's time for Elaine's favorite segment. Elaine to be anal about where she lives until she figures out where she wants to live. So honestly, I think it'd be really cool to live near the pirate ship. But the water levels are low here. I like living at water level. Hand kiss, like a gentleman. None of my friends would accept a cheek or forehead kiss. Yeah, hand kisses are cool. Or like blow a kiss, just so mwah, whew. No one blows kisses anymore. It's like so bright. It's a whale? Oh shit, it's a whale? Damn. Well, congrats on your whale. Oh my god, I can't see. Can't see, okay. Floodplain. What the fuck is a floodplain? Volcanic plane? Oh shit. Okay. I feel like I should be running around, but I don't really want to. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? Oh. Oh, see? No, that would be a good spot to build if it wasn't volcanic ash, you know? And do a little loop-dee. And this is just gonna lead me back to the ship, yeah. Why is that? My friends are the most straight guys who know I'm bi. They're also pretty dumb like me, so they would definitely get the wrong message or be uncomfortable. But straight guys are the most gay people that I know sometimes, though. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not over here. Overgrown greens. What the fuck is that? It's a boar. Whoa. This isn't the worst. This is like similar to where I built last server or 2 servers ago. It's not bad. The devil has horns. Okay. So, I'm I'm trying to think. Yeah, but that's crazy because they know their straight friend won't actually try anything. Athletes are the most animated, homoerotic folks you'll ever meet. This land isn't bad, but there's no big boat. Okay, well, I have to ask Sim a question because I'm not mad about this. I think it's actually quite nice, this world. But I want to do one more world generation. Because I feel this isn't a bad place to build. Yeah, I could kind of see this place maybe being spawn. Maybe. Is where world is that? Yeah, it is. Okay. This isn't a bad spot, chat. But I want to know what potential we have. So pretty world seeds. No. Okay. That's all I needed to know. This place is actually kind of cool too. Is this an X? It's kind of like an X. Boop, boop. Yeah, and the milk club could go right here. and then Star can live on this. They could have like a little Ewok village. Actually, I don't think I'm against this. Either both me and my friends find it weird to kiss each other in any way. Yeah, I'm kinda digging this. We, at this point, right here, have... Yeah, this is not the worst. Let me create a waypoint. Spawn. Why is it flickering? It's gonna piss me off. I think... You gonna keep flickering like that? Better not. Because if we build here, we've got flower lands, we've got dry Sahara, we have forest lands. Yeah, we have forest and then we have prairie. That's a pretty good mix. And I feel... How big is this island? Hold on. Hold on. Can I select? There you go. I'm not actually going to claim this, but... This is... How many... I don't know how many blocks this is. Choose a position. C. Set to... I like Minecraft because its ocean isn't scary, unlike ours. Yup. Yeah, no, I think... Okay, either there or what about right here? Teleport here. I think this one's a bit more uneven. But this one has more stuff around it. So, the power of necromancy, I will be able to make a devourer. I'm sold! Yeah, probably. I think so. Hey man, if you join the Discord server, you can see all the mods that we have. It's specifically 2 of them that you know, you might be like, how big is this plot of land? Because that means I am restricted to this plot of land. I mean, I don't have to be, but kind of like the other one more. So I don't wanna explore too much because I think that ruins it, but what say you, chat? There's nowhere to hide from dragons in the ocean. True. What say you, chat? Shall I take one more crack at looking around, or do you think that this could be good? Because then I could have my house here, and then, I don't know, people can build around. I feel like this is a pretty good amount of space. 378. Think a island spawn is fun. This one. Okay. Okay. What is this? Is this the... No, that's the other thing I saw. I just want to have it open enough to where, like... Maybe this area could be good? Oh, let me teleport here. What's going on? I leave that up to you. I can always explore, but this is your home. This is true. This spot isn't bad either. This spot... you know what? This spot isn't bad either. There's a wasp, though. That's a bad sign. Always on my mind. Oh, a villager? A broken villager. The fuck is that symbol mean? Okay, so either we can spawn down here or we can spawn up here. So if I build here. This is my view. Where's the sun come from? Wait, where does the sun come from? Where's this? Time set. Noon. Where's the sun go? Goes that way. So it rises that way. Goes over my house like that. From your imagination. No, there's a sun path in this game. I think I can dig it. I think I can dig it. Alright. We'll set this... Jesus, there's so many trees. We'll set the spawn point right here. Set world spawn. So now if I die, which I'll just put my stuff in a chest so it doesn't really matter. Oh. Yeah. If you have a fear of heights and falling, I'm sorry. Boop. Cool. Interesting. It's different now. Okay. Let me look at it on mods. Corel, tombstone, config. No giving water on. Skip free sunscreen off. It's very interesting. I don't know what is overriding the death thing, actually. I think it's okay, though. I did not earn these. I'll have to reset my Minecraft player. Actually, no, you know what? I'm keeping those. Dude. At this point, I'm just hugging to see how I hug people. That's valid. Alright. Alright, now I gotta make the tome. Eccentric tome. Okay, do I just need to combine all these? And then any other books you make in the world you can add after. So this is just ones you spawn with. Hopefully this works the way I want it to. How do you use the eccentric tome? I know how to use a caustic tome. Grab the crafting tome and okay, that's what I just did though. Boop boop. Huh? Can I not combine this one? Holding the tome, book selection, right click, shift right click while holding the content tome. Or the book, or for the block you're looking at, left click the arrow to revert the book back into the tome. Simple use. Well, I know this one should go in there now. Collecting mod books like Infinity Stones, yes sir. Craft home in the crafting grid with a book and a bookcase. Craft the... Okay, maybe I have to craft it? Maybe that's why it's mad at me, because I'm trying to just put it in there. Book. I had one. Oops. Okay. Boop. Oh, wait, I didn't grab the book. God dang it. Book. Give me book. Boop. Hello, Mr. Snake. Oh no, it should be this way. Oh wait, I'm stupid. What? That's what I did. Boop. Oh, why isn't it working? Version 1.20.1.10.2. What's the problem? This is cannot join a server running the mod. That's not the problem we're having. I might have to replace it back with a caustic tome, maybe. Okay, I think I might have to replace it back with a caustic tome instead, which is fine. Disconnect. Yes. So content. Tome. Because this one doesn't work as well for some reason, but that's okay. Do I want to update these? Maybe. Fuck it, let's update them. Boop. Update. Open folder. Mods. Date modified. Collector's Caravan, Collector's Redom. Caravan. I'm also gonna back do what are they up to? Let's do this one. So that's usually the problems with these. And 4 and 5 these ones. Folder. Does this one have Akashic Tomes? I don't think it does. Sort, date modified. Okay. Looks good. I got this. We gotta go to stop. I could try this instead. Hold on. Oh, not that one. This one. Boop. V.0. Well, V1. Config mods, resource packs. Export. Yes. This one. 20.1. Mod pack release. Small updates to mods. Change from eccentric to Akashic Tome. Backdated. What are they up to? I'm on Fireball. Oh, not this guy. This guy. Minecraft. Minecraft. Those be lowercase. Okay, and then I can wait for that to see if that updates, and then I can check on the server. Oh, Cursed Forge. I can switch versions, select the version. Switching mod pack versions may cause world confusion. Shall I advise to create a backup role before switching versions? Well, I'm not that tied to it. Doesn't really matter. Under manual review, fuck. Okay. I can just do it myself then. Cancel. manager, mods, left, right. I don't need no admin. A, B, C, D, E, eccentric tone. Delete, trash. Akashic tone, this one. B, 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 B. Bosses of mass destruction is what I'm waiting for. BOM, this one. Delete, trash. And servants. I probably should load the Minecraft fact though, to be fair. Servant. SE. This one. Delete. And then collector's caravan. And then collector's reap. Dark timer's already on the server. I don't think I updated it though. Dark timer 1.2, 1.09. Yeah, that's the same domum. Good night, Echo. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Snapshot 1.20.1 release universal jar. Yep. Trash. Goety. Night night moon. Sleep well. Hearth and home. Now I have to stay for the song. Very valid, moon. Inventory. Bottom one. Trash. JEI. This one. Delete. Medieval origins. Less than a minute ago. This one. Modern fix. Naturalist. Delete. Trash. Now what are they up to? Which should be at the bottom. Oh baby. Easy. Trash, okay. And then we start the server. I could escape in my whole world. I could be your favorite girl. Perfectly together. Only boy, now wouldn't that be sweet? Hello, Pesto Pasta. Welcome in. Hope you're having a lovely, doubly day. Baby, why such a baby? Oh, Jesus, I like popped my entire neck. Must wait for the Minecraft. Looks like the server's starting well though, so that makes me happy. I can be your favorite girl. That's what I like to see. I also have to update it in here actually as well now that I think about it. Akashic Tome. Bye. Thank you for dropping the lurk. It's much appreciated. Okay, that scared the shit out of me, but it looks like we're okay. Oh, 1.7.84 back to serverless. Okay, the structurized is also one that I'm missing on. That's fine. Open folder. Mods. Sort. Structurize. Name. Right, for real for now. Good night, good night, good night, Moon. Sleep well. Structurize. Mods. Structurize. Then I gotta download, go all the way to structurize. Structurize, release, snapshot, this one, delete, trash, restart. While that restarts, I'll just go into single player. And we'll just play for a little bit. I'll play for a little bit, and then I'll probably get off for the night. Me, I'm all alone, remember me. I feel like there was something I was gonna check, but I've completely forgotten. I do want to add a note in here, though. Did I put it in here? Because it should be in here, this one. Create. Sketchy. Redeem. Stinger and Moira Mao render. More of like a MERP. But otherwise it's done. Thank you for the song request. I feel like by the time my Minecraft loads the single player world, the Minecraft... Oh, I need to go to bed. Understandable. I might also head off for the night, as to seeing that it's just gonna take a while for things to load. So I'll just do stuff off stream. So we're gonna go raid somebody. Shit. Oh shit. Oh my god. I guess Howlet to Beezy to Big Nose Bug, I'm presuming. Oh I know, Howlet's still streaming. What the fuck? Alrighty, we're gonna go raid Howlet. Oh, I have a suggestion? Yeah, no, that's fine. Oh, big bonked. What's your suggestion? I got you. Gimme. Oh, I don't really will, but oh, okay. Fair. That's a mood, honestly. Alright, I'm gonna go give you the Howlet. I love you guys so much. I will see you guys tomorrow for actual Minecraft day, hopefully. And then we'll be doing Minecraft and then probably other things. Probably some art, to be fair. I'll probably do some video editing for the lore. Thank you for the head paps. I love you guys so much. Here's the raid message. If you want to use it, I'd appreciate it. If you don't want to, you don't have to. But I love you guys very much and have a wonderful night, okay? I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'm a little EP. But good night, everyone. I love you. And remember, I hope you always get to do what you love. Have a great night. I'll let the song play a bit while we end.